morning, guys. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Stacy. Good morning, Queen Bees. Good morning, Gioni. Good morning, Kat. Good morning, Cass and Cara. Good morning, Sam as Lee. Good morning, One Mighty Pin. What up, One Mighty Pin? What up, Quandary? Komori, good morning. Guys, good morning, all you beautiful, wonderful people. As we get in, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost a lot, push us out to the FYP. Right now, the daily gift goal is the creepers. It's the creepers. If we can knock out the creepers, that'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals. If we can continue to knock them out, it'll boost the live. Also, share the live. Share the live maybe once or twice. That would be awesome. But more than sharing the live, repost it. Reposting the live helps a ton. So make sure that we are reposting the live and tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 8,000 likes. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Danke. We're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. So if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. If you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. It's like we're moving in the wrong direction when it comes to this war with Iran. And the worst part about moving in the wrong direction with this war with Iran is that now it's starting to cost the American people even more. Right? We understand the cost that it's already been when it comes to the amount of lives that have been lost. The fact that Iran is making the United States of America, hey, W's in chat for Tyler, thank you so much for that. Iran is making the United States of America look absolutely foolish so far, right? And for anyone to actually still support this is mind-boggling. But even more than that, it's about to start costing the American people even more. Donald Trump is proposing a $1.5 trillion military budget in 2027, and they're cutting the things that are important to Americans. It's wild. Anyway, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. Let's go ahead and kick this thing off right.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. You hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This a flame space. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It is only one coin. It will boost the live, push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. And if we can keep knocking those out, it will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hi, Santana. Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, and I'm not sure. How do I say your username, or what would you like for me to call you?
You can call me Corox.
It's pronounced Corox. Like
Corox. However, yeah.
Okay, all right, perfect. Corox, all right, and you said you are a Trump supporter. Got it. Cool. We're gonna go ahead and get started here, but before I do, quick question, if you don't mind. Do you know who I am?
I absolutely know who you are.
Really? Hey, you guys have been answering that question shockingly more and more. Okay, cool. Corox, would you mind if I give the rest of the people a quick introduction to not only who I am, but what this is?
Of course.
Perfect. Give me one moment here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, we're only looking for some debates, so only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock them out a couple of times, it'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Corox, you said that you are a Trump supporter, so which point on the background do you disagree with the most, where you would like to start?
Cut the military budget.
Okay, cool. Why do you disagree with cutting the military budget?
Because we need to win this war.
Okay, and so how is this already bloated $1 trillion military budget going to actually help, quote unquote, win the war when we are being woefully we're mismanaging the money that we already have, in a sense of the amount of bombs that we're using to blow up, the amount of drones, and the costs that's offsetting? It's not good. We're wasting a ton of money on this war. And did you know that the Republicans are seeking to add another $200 billion to the war by cutting not only healthcare, but they want to give money to ICE as well by cutting healthcare. So taking $200 billion away from Americans' healthcare in order to pay for the war in ICE. Are you good with that?
Maybe not ICE, but I don't have a problem with like funding war.
No. I'm not talking about just funding the cost of war, but literally taking money away from Americans' healthcare in order to fund those two entities. You're good with taking healthcare away.
Isn't that kind of how it goes?
No, it's not. Actually, no. So what happens is the Congress allocates a yearly budget, right? And with that yearly budget, the expenses are paid out of those budgets. And now when there's a war, then sure, there can be additional funds that are allocated, but usually they don't go for the things that people need, as far as like health care.
Yeah. So like hospital, all that stuff.
What do you mean hospital?
That's healthcare.
Yeah, more like Medicaid, Medicare, those types of things. Like the
Medicaid.
Actual, yeah, like the actual income. I'm sorry, the actual benefit that lower income individuals receive and retired benefit.
Oh, you're talking about like SNAP and like EBT and like stuff like that.
No, if I was talking about SNAP and food benefits, I would be talking about food benefits. I'm talking about actual health care.
But for poor people.
Yes, for low income and also for elderly people. Yes.
Elderly is one thing, but just being poor, that, I mean, I feel like, you know.
No, I don't know. What do you mean?
I kind of wanted to ask you a question.
Well, no, what do you mean by that first? Like, what do you mean just being poor? So are you saying that poor people shouldn't have access to healthcare?
Hey, man, if they can't afford it, I mean, nothing is free in America.
That's interesting. So nothing's free in America. And you don't think that poor people should have access to healthcare. How do you feel about billionaires getting access to billions of dollars for basically nothing?
I think it's fucked up, but what are you going to do about it? You know,
you're going to advocate against that and not say, oh, nothing's free in America and you can't have it. You should actually be standing up and railing against the idea of cutting $200 billion from healthcare just to pay for war. Again, you can sit here and say you support the war without saying that you're good with cutting $200 billion from healthcare to provide money to the war. Like those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive.
I do want to say one thing. So let's assume like a rich guy, right? Like, who's like a rich guy who has billions of dollars that could go to, like, he could give, like, all right, Bill Gates. Bill Gates could probably give every person in the world $1 million each. Why doesn't he do that?
Because he's a billionaire. And there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Why not go to the richest man on earth?
No, that's not the reason, Santana. That's not the reason. It's because nobody
would go to the richest man on earth. Like, why are you picking Bill Gates?
I'm picking anyone that's just very wealthy and could like divide their wealth among like the world's citizens if they wanted to.
Well, why not talk about the person that actually said that if someone brought a plan to them to end world hunger, that they would fund the plan to end world hunger. And as soon as someone came up with an actual viable plan to end world hunger and took it to him, he said, not going to do it anymore. Why not talk about that person?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, you know, and nobody would work if everyone had $1 million, Santana, nobody would be working. There'd be no jobs. Nobody would be doing anything.
That's not true, but no one's advocating for someone to give everyone $1 million. That's stupid. Again, I'm trying to understand what point that you're actually making as far as like
without world hunger, there's no drive to like get up and go work and to like survive.
That's absolutely not true.
That's not true.
No, that's like the stupidest shit that I've ever heard. Just because there's world hunger. No, like people can have access to resources and still have the actual desire to build. Like we have multiple societies that have like socialistic societies where there are access to not only food and healthcare and education and all those other things, and yet they are still driving towards and achieving more. Like that doesn't make sense just because you have the support. Like that, actually what happens is when you have access to food, you actually learn more and you do more. Did you know that? Did you know one of the actual largest leading reason behind children failing in school and having a lower level of education is because they're hungry, lack of access to food?
No, I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's a direct correlation. That's the #1 driver for a lack of education within the United States school system. They don't have food. Can't focus on education when your stomach's growling.
Okay, I mean, that's not hard to believe.
Okay, so I'm so confused as far as what point you thought you were making.
I guess I'm not making much of a point.
Yeah. You said you had a question for me. Or you can just run. I'm good with that too. Cool. I guess. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me hi. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Dark Knight.
No. Oh, my bad.
Okay, no worries. I'll drop you down. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're over on YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, and you would like to debate me, you do not have to leave the actual app that you're on. The only thing you have to do is click that link. I am dropping the link in the chat, and I'm going to make sure I get it to my mods so they can keep sending it. So if you are interested in coming over to debate me, you don't have to leave where you are. You just have to click that link. Hi, Mr. Too Good. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I am a Trump supporter.
Okay, perfect. What do you disagree with the most where you would like to start?
My question to you would be, is this the way all liberals make money, is by debating on TikTok?
I don't know. Is that how you make money? I mean, you are a liberal.
I'm not a liberal. No, I just told you I do support Donald Trump. So I don't know where you find that. Yeah,
but you're still a liberal.
But is that how all liberals make their money?
Hold on. Don't run from
TikTok?
that. Don't run from that. You're a liberal.
How am I liberal?
Yeah,
I support Donald Trump.
Sure, that's cool. Do you
wait? So why are you running from the fact?
Oh, I'm not. Hold on. I'm trying to make sure that we
answer the question.
Oh, I will. But I'm trying to make sure we have a clear understanding. Before we go too far, hold on. I'll answer your question. I just need to make sure that you have a clear understanding of the word that you're using. So first and foremost, do you believe in capitalism, like making money?
I think there's a right and a wrong way to do it.
No, that's not the question. I'm saying, do you believe in the ability to make money, capitalism?
I mean, I'm not going to give it too much attention. I'm just asking you a question because I know this is how you manipulate your viewers.
That's fine. I would love for you to answer this question, though. Do you believe in capitalism, making money? Yes or no?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Do you believe in civil liberties, meaning that you have certain rights that you should have protected under the law as a United States citizen?
Absolutely.
Do you believe in electoral politics, being able to actually vote for who you want to represent you as a politician?
See, we're getting too off track.
It's a simple yes or no question.
I asked you.
I'm almost done. It's a simple yes or no question. Do you believe in the ability to actually
I'm done
elect
answering your questions till you answer my question. So
it's the last one.
You can either kick me or you can do what you got to do.
It's literally the last one.
I come up here to ask you a question.
It's literally the last one. Do you believe in electoral politics?
Dude, your whole life doesn't need to be around debates. Grow up a little bit.
Hey, you came up here to cry. It's fine. I'm gonna answer your question. This is the last one, and we'll get there. Do you believe in being able to actually vote for who you want as a politician to represent you?
Is this the only way liberals make money? Is by streaming
the last question
because they don't want to work?
Oh my God, it's the last one. You just got to answer this one, and we're done. And I mean,
think about it, dude. Everybody.
Let me speak for a second. No. Just answer the question. It's a yes or no, and then I'll answer your question. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
We all have regular jobs.
It's a yes or no. You know what? That's fine. It's fine. W's in the chat for Shara. Shara sent a $10 donation saying, good morning. It's Sherry. Sorry, Sherry. Good morning, Sherry. He said, I just wanted to say that right now you're keeping me sane before I go to court against this man who, holy smokes. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, Sherry. They didn't believe me and he did it again. And I want to, Sherry,
why don't you ever show the screen?
I'm so sorry to hear that you have to go through that, but hopefully everything will be okay. And you'll be able to get some the justice you deserve. But W's in the chat for Sherry. Thank you so much for that $10 donation. W's in the chat for Danelle. Danelle sent a $15 donation saying, I learned so much from you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Danelle. You are so freaking awesome. W's in the chat for Danelle. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, we got a crier. We got a crier. Holy smokes. Hey, did anyone ever tell you that pocket watching was weird?
I'm not pocket watching.
You're literally pocket watching.
I asked you, is this how liberals make money? It's a yes or no question.
And the question I have for you is, I don't know. Do you do it that way? I mean, you're a liberal. You're literally a liberal. So is this how you make money?
Okay, let me rephrase it. do non-Trump supporters stream on TikTok, knocking down our president of the United States for a paycheck?
Sure, some of them do, but again, what I
And
do
that just
here
shows
is
how
actually
lazy. That just
what
shows
I
you how
do.
lazy
What
you
I
are as
do
a
is
man.
come on here and actually dispel misinformation and disinformation and dog walk unintelligent people like yourself. You sit here and
Who are you
advocate
dog
for a
walking,
34
dude?
count felon and an actual rapist,
You have
someone
a
who has
you have a
tried to
polo hat on.
overthrow. He tried to overthrow the United States government as a whole, someone who has crashed the economy, someone who has done nothing for the American people except take money away from them, and literally right now trying to cut services that protect people just so he can put more money into the military. And all you want to do is sit here and cry because people like Jasmine, W's in the chat for Jasmine, who sent a $5 donation saying, good morning. I wish I can send more, but go get them. Jasmine, thank you so much. $5 is absolutely amazing. You are far too kind. Thank you, Jasmine. Or people like Kimberly, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say,
hey,
I love hanging out with my second family here, especially with my brother Santana. I love you, Santana. I love you too, Kimberly. W's in the chat for all the donos. See, people actually donate because they care about the information, education, and entertainment I'm providing, and also the ability to ensure that the propaganda that's being pushed by the right is consistently railed against. So that's what I'm doing. That's what we're doing.
Okay. Yeah, no. And I mean, I get it, but I also believe that, you know, if Trump is such a bad president and times are so hard, why are you accepting these people's hard-earned money? I mean, what do you offer other than, you know, false information on what's going on in America?
Tell me one thing that I've given that's false information.
You know, times are so tight, but
tell
yet
me
you're
one thing that I've given that's false information
from these people who work
tell me one thing that
hourly
I've given
to,
that's false information.
You know, to fill the fridge, to fill the cabinets, you know, to
it
pay
sounds
the
like
bills.
you're just jealous. Like not gonna hold you. It just sounds like you're super jealous that no one likes you enough and no one would listen to you. And so now you decided to come up here and say, oh, I can't believe you guys are giving him money. Da 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 da. Like
I mean, I just think it's kind of
it's giving beta.
A right way.
It's giving beta.
I just think there's a right way and a wrong way.
It's giving soy boy.
You know.
It's giving cuck.
You got a polo hat on, bro.
Yeah, I do.
To hide your fucked up hairline.
Oh, no, I don't have a fucked up hairline. I just love my polo hats. Anyway, what I was saying, though, is, hey, you know what? W's in the chat for Patricia for the $5 donation saying, for him need hugs. Yes, Gianni. W's in the chat for Gianni for the $5 donation. Him does need hugs. W's in the chat for Deline for the $5 donation. W's in the chat for Deline for the $5 donation. W's in the chat. Holy fuck, Mr. Too Good. W's in the chat for Stephanie for the $50 donation. Says keep schooling these ignorant people. Absolutely. Can you say W's in the chat for Stephanie for the $50 donation?
Yeah, spend your money however you want, Stephanie.
W's in the chat for Stephanie, right? Or W's in the chat for Garrett for the $5 donation saying DJT supporters cry about everything. Get a lift, man. Baby bottles in the chat. Yes, baby bottles in the chat for him. W's in the chat for Garrett. W's in the chat for Papa Willie for the $10 super chat to say, tell the caller that he's not being manipulated. He's not being manipulated. He's being forced to think. I'm sure that it's new and scary experience for him, but I'm rooting for him. Yeah, we can only hope that he would actually use maybe one brain cell. I don't think he will. I don't think he can, but I hope for it. Anyway, are you done crying? Did you want to debate?
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Do you feel safe in the United States?
Nope.
You don't? What
Nope.
What do you feel like you could be at risk for? Like, why don't you feel safe?
Being killed for multiple reasons. White men.
Oh, so you don't like white men?
Oh, I didn't say anything about liking white men. I'm just telling you more likely it's being killed by white men.
Okay, so if I tell you, you know,
W's in the chat for Amanda for the $5 donation saying, Santana, the switch to savior mode so fast, same as Trump. He knows better than us where he wants to spend the money. I roll, exactly. Like, why is it that Trump gets to dictate how this money is spent, even though it's the money that's allocated to the people? It's crazy. W's in the chat for Juicy for the $10 donations and for the false info. Thank you for what you do. W's in the chat for Juicy for the 10. W's in the chat for Cassie for the 1. Say, dude, all you do is sit here and knock down my Lord and Savior. I mean, president, and I guarantee that he's repping.
You don't feel safe.
He's repping Let's Go Brandon merch every chance that he gets. Hey, do you own Let's Go Brandon merch?
I do not know.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Anyway, yeah, more than likely, white men perpetuate the most amount of violence in the country, and this is not just fifis. This is based off of FBI crime data. The leading demographic for all violent crime in the United States of America is white men.
Okay, let's look at the leading cause of unalivings in Chicago.
Why Chicago? Why are you picking Chicago? That's not even in the number 10 in the cities as far as the most violent cities in the U.S. So why specifically Chicago?
Okay, perfect, because it's somewhere's in the middle. So let's just look it up.
Go look it up.
Okay, look it up. Isn't that what you do?
No, you go look it up. No, I don't go look up stupid shit. If you got an actual source, we can look at it, but I'm not going to go randomly look for stupid shit.
No, exactly.
So you're scared. Give me a source and let's put it on the screen.
So you're scared of...
No, give me a source and go put it on the screen. You're scared to do my homework because I don't know what I'm talking about and I want you to just go look for random shit. No, give me an actual source. We'll put it on the screen.
So not only are you too lazy to work a job, but you're too lazy to find a source.
Sure. That sounds like you. It sounds like you're the lazy one. It sounds like you're the lazy one. I have information. You don't. And if I make a claim, I can actually back it up with sources. You don't know how that works. W's in the chat for Darius. Darius in a $3 donation said, did you see the breakdown of the 1.5 trillion wants for extra military funding and the cuts that he wants to make possible? It's on the whole White House budget website and it's horrendous. A lot of essential programs are getting eliminated. Yes, I talked about that last night. And I'm actually going to be making a video breaking down all of them. It is a shit ton that they're trying to cut. W's in the chat. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Gianna for the $50 donation to piss this crabby guy off. Love you, Santana. I love you so much more. Can you say W's in the chat for Gianna for the $50 donation?
So you're scared of white men.
Can you say W's in the chat for Gianna for the $50 donation?
Spend your money how you want, Gianna.
Yeah, okay. You just
you sit at work. You know, she sits at work, 8 to 12 hours a day, busting her ass. So, I mean, she could do what she wants with her money.
I'm working right now, Bub.
I think you're just less of a man for collecting money from these people.
Hey, W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the galaxy. I'm less than a man. I'm literally working right now. This is my job, Bub.
What do you do? Okay. And what do you do to give back to these people?
I do a lot. I provide information, education, entertainment. I build community. We actually do mutual aid. We ensure that people who are in help that need assistance, we take care of them. I do a lot here. What do you do besides come up and hate and pocket watch? You hate and pocket watch at the same time. That's crazy.
No, what's crazy is you accepting money from these hardworking Americans.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know what? If people want to actually support the live, if they enjoy what we do here, they can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Just like Sherry. Sherry sent a $2 donation. I almost forgot to say it was when I was in the military, and that's why. Oh, Sherry, I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that I'm glad that the person is finally being brought to justice and they're going to be held accountable. I wish you the best of luck and hopefully there's a favorable outcome. W's in chat for Sherry.
Okay, so can we get back to our debate about why you feel unsafe?
Yeah, I told you, because white men,
your supporters for money.
White men lead in every violent crime category in the U.S.
Okay, so then let's just.
But also, W's in the chat for Rumdum, who sent a $20 donation saying, "Tell this coward white boy to STFU. Love you. I love you more." Well, it's because when people send me donations, I have to read it out. It's not on me. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I promise you, I won't interrupt you. But when they send donations, I have to read it out. Not trying to interrupt you, but I just have to do it anyway. Go ahead. You were whining.
I'm not whining. I'm proving a point to you. Maybe you can see life from a different direction.
Go ahead.
So if you're scared of white men, so scared of white men.
I didn't say I was scared of white men. You said, am I worried? You said, do I feel safe? Yep. And I said, and then you said why? I said, because I could be killed any day, in any moment. You said by who? I said by white men, because they lead in every statistical category of violence. That's not me saying I'm scared. That's me literally talking about facts.
Okay, so now let me jump in your shoes and
Sure, go
try
ahead.
to.
W's in the chat for Darius for the $3 donation saying, hey, caller,
Hey, you just
if
don't shut
Santana
the
doesn't
fuck
want
up.
to
This
make
is so
him,
pointless, dude.
what he does makes him less of a man, then be happy to throw my quote-unquote man card in the garbage. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Darius. Also, W's in the chat for Boss Lady Fun for the $5 say, happy spent supporting you and everything that you do. Boss Lady Fun, you're so amazing. And W's in the chat for Sharon for the $9.99 super chat say, thank you for all that you do. Lazy is the last thing that you can be called. Love you. Listen, I was just reading it out. I'm sorry. I won't interrupt you anymore. Keep crying. You were saying you're going to put yourself in my shoes. It's okay, guys. You don't have to mute him. He's fine. He's fine. I apologize. You can go. I won't interrupt.
So if back to what I was saying. So now, if I jump in your shoes, I'm gonna use, white men as, something different. So let's just say
I was white men as something different instead of white men.
Let's just say, because I would just want a different point of view. Anyways, let's say I was scared of birds, right? Mm-hmm. I would avoid the bird sanctuary at the zoo, right? So why don't you, if you don't feel safe or you're not happy, why don't you, pack up and go somewhere else?
That's a weird analogy because
the door's open. You're going to stay away from it, right?
That's a weird analogy because your whole entire point is going into a bird sanctuary in the zoo. Like literally what you're saying is I would have to go to the zoo and then specifically find the section that's the bird sanctuary just to stay away from it, versus what I'm telling you is that white men who make up the majority of they make up the largest majority of one race as far as men in the country, and you're saying that I'm supposed to just avoid them? That's like stupid. You sound stupid. I don't think you know how things work. That was the best analogy that you had? Hey, if you're scared, leave, you do know that white men
scared, leave, then, right?
I didn't say I was scared. You keep saying scared for some reason. No, you told me, you said, do I feel unsafe? Just because I feel unsafe, just because I feel unsafe thank you for the crown. Just because I feel unsafe doesn't mean that I'm scared. You're the one that keeps saying scared just because you're scared. Now, hey, did you know that you are more likely to be harmed by a white man as well as a white man? Fucking wow, right? It's about you too, bub.
But the thing is I'm not scared, right? So
I didn't say I was scared either. That's what you keep saying. Scared. You keep saying scared, but you don't understand what the actual fucking word means. Yes, you're right. It could happen at any point in time. But the point that I'm making is that white men are the leaders in violent crime within our country, and also they lead in mass shootings. That means I could just be out at the mall, I could be at the grocery store, I could be at church, I could be anywhere, and then all of a sudden a white man who decides he wants to actually do a mass shooting just shows up and shoots shit up. Like, that's how it happens. That's literally what I'm talking about. It's not about being scared. It's about understanding the violent crime that's perpetuated within time.
Yeah, and that can happen.
So churches, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Why are we going off?
Are you a Christian? Yes or no?
Why are we going off the
narrow
road?
Are you a Christian? Yes or no?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Okay, perfect. So do you think there's ever a wrong time to go to church and worship God?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so then how could being at church be the wrong place, wrong time?
Depending on what church you go to, they should have security.
So you're saying that the churches need to make sure they strapped up. That's what you're saying. That you not only
anything can happen.
Not only do you need to be ready to actually praise and worship God, but you got to be ready to tote that iron. That's what you. So not only do we need to have guns in school to protect kids, we need to have guns in churches to protect worship.
That's what the world.
That's fucking insane. That's fucking. Or white men can stop shooting shit up. Like, how about that? How about white men just stop being so violent?
But my point is
how about white men just stop being so violent? You keep saying scared, and I don't know where you're getting at. I didn't never said that I was scared. You said, do I feel unsafe? There's a difference between feeling unsafe. There's a difference between feeling unsafe and being scared. Just because you feel scared because you feel unsafe doesn't mean that everyone else feels scared because they feel unsafe. I'm a black man in America. I feel unsafe just by my very presence and existence. And so I know how to deal with it. That doesn't pump fear into my heart at all. I just know that I'm unsafe as a black man in America. There's a huge difference.
Okay. Do you
Anywho,
think?
W's in
Okay,
the
let me
chat for
ask you
Amber
this
for the
question.
$2
Okay, let me
donation
ask.
saying
Let me
check
ask
the
you this
guest
question.
following list.
you
Yeah, I
think-
can imagine that his following list is horrendous. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $5 donation.
Do you
No,
think-
Santana, stop using your
He's
Jedi
gonna
mind
keep
tricks to
talking.
force me into support you. Love you the most. I love you way more, Amanda. W's in the chat for Garrett for the $2 donation saying, I already need a break from his annoying voice. I got you. Don't worry. We'll go ahead and get these finished. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying, F this caller. He's stupid. He is. Or, you know what? I don't know if he's stupid, but he definitely cries a lot. W's in the chat for Fee Daddy for the $1 donation saying, thing that makes me feel unsafe as a woman in the U.S., being great, my children being shot at school, being gunned down by ICE, being unable to feed my kids because of high cost of living, men, the fear of not being able to afford healthcare, marriage camps, and our government. Those are a lot of things that put fear in people.
Wait,
in the
hold on a
US.
second.
W's in the chat for
did she
Manders for the
donate to you?
$1 donation saying,
No. Hey,
just
did
to
the last
interrupt
lady
you, this
just read, did
mediocre
she
white
donate to
man.
you?
Yes, she did. People like you
Okay, so
who would
she said
rather
times are
fund the
hard and
war
worrying
than
about putting
people
food on the table. Why is she spent giving you money?
People like you would rather fund war than feed
If
people.
times are
And
so
why
hard
we
and she's
don't
worried
feel
about
safe
feeding
in
her family,
America,
why is she sending you money?
we aren't leaving. We're going to make it better. I know that's right. This is our country. He's weird for that statement. W's in the chat for Mrs. Torres, who sent a $2 donation saying, interrupting donation incoming. We know that you help and love people, and this buffoon like him doesn't like black joy. He doesn't like black joy. Too bad. We live for the joy you share here. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you.
No,
and
let's
Debbie's
just be
in the
clear.
chat
I
for
love
Jelly. Jelly sent a $5 donation saying, call her, hush. We can give what we want when we can, if we can, because Santana does the research and shows us the facts. Number two, as a white woman, I feel safer with a crowd of black or brown people than white men. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Jelly. W's in the chat for Cassandra for the $5 euro. Holy smokes, this came all the way from Europe. Said, from the UK, you educate people globally. Thank you for standing by women and girls. This caller is a typical narc. Another oxygen thief, exactly. And he seems like a vampire, energy vampire. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Melianne, who sent a $5 donation saying, it's funny to keep him quiet. It is. It's good when white men don't talk too much. W's in the chat for Melianne. Guys, again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. And I will read that out, guys. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Oh, also make sure if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. We just crossed the threshold of 100,000 followers. Make sure that you actually hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when I go live. All right. I'm sorry for interrupting your crying and your lack of common sense. Did you come up to cry, or did you actually want to debate something?
You just keep interrupting. So honestly, man, I think I'm just going to carry on because.
Okay, then run.
Just,
hey, W's in the chat for the well. Okay, then run. I don't care. Run. You the one came up here crying instead of debating. You want to come up, is this how all liberals make their money by bashing our president on TV? All you do is sit up here and people send you money. I can't believe it. Do you want to debate, or are you just going to keep crying?
My point is, if you don't feel safe, then pack your shit, man.
Why?
It's real simple.
Why? This is my country, Bub. I don't have to go anywhere. You leave.
This is your country. This is our country.
Yeah,
would you
exactly.
agree?
How about you get on the right side of history and advocate with me for white men to stop killing people?
If you don't feel safe,
how about you get on the right side of history and advocate with me for white men to stop killing people?
I mean, I think everybody should quit killing people.
Okay,
period.
Then we should start with the one that perpetuates the most amount of violence, right?
Which would be who?
White men. I told you, if you look at FBI crime data, white men lead in every statistical category of violent crime. Not all crime. It would be hyperbole, or it would be hypocritical of me not to call out that property crime, they don't lead in property crime, but every form of violent crime, they lead.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Mm-hmm. Do you look at everybody equal?
What do you mean?
Like is a white man at the grocery store just as equal as a black man at the grocery store, or an Asian at the grocery store? Or do you look at them like?
Do you mean?
Or do you look at them like? Whoa,
Hold on.
let
me clarify your question. Do you mean, do I think that me on an individual level that people are quote unquote equal, or do you mean that as a whole in our society, do I think people are equal? Which one are you talking about?
You just look at people in general equally.
No, I'm trying to get clarification to your question. Are you talking about me individually to individual people, or are you talking about the way that I think the entire society is as far as people?
Entire society.
Yeah, no, people aren't equal. The patriarchal system exists.
Man, dude, you got way too much time on your hands. That's a yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no question. That's why I clarified, and I'm telling you no. If you the question that you asked, the answer is no, and I told you why. Because the patriarchal system. Yes. Do you know what the patriarchy is?
I don't really think I give a fuck. I just asked you the question.
Well, you said explain. If you said explain, then I'm trying to explain, but then you're going to say you don't give a fuck. That doesn't make sense. Why would you ask me to explain and then say you don't give a fuck? That sounds stupid, right?
No, I just want to see through your point of view, right?
Yeah, but in order for me to explain it to you, I would have to understand what you understand so I can know what level of detail I need to go into. So you just, by you saying you don't give a fuck, as you wanted me to answer this question, I'm starting to answer it for you, but then you don't want me to understand how much you do or don't know?
You're way off track, dude. You've taken this too far.
I'm answering your question. I answered your question, and then you said you want me to explain, and I was trying to explain. Question. If you let's say that you're a mechanic, right? And you work on cars, and I bring my car to you and I'm like, hey, I need you to fix my car. And then you come to me and I don't know anything about cars, but you start going to the intricate detail levels of like the engine. Is it going to make any sense for you to give me all that information when I don't even know the basic information about the engine?
I would pull you in the shop and show you.
Right. And that you would start by saying, hey, do you know what this is? And then I would say, yeah, I know what that is, or no, I don't know what that is. And if I say no, okay, cool. This is your fan belt. This is these gaskets are connected. Like I would do that. But in order to know where, like, I'm not going to talk about an actual transmission if you don't even know what a fan belt is. Like, you get what I'm saying?
I mean, I think you're way off topic still. I think you've really drugged this out super far.
Okay. The answer I said is no, and the reason why is because the patriarchy exists.
Okay, so another valid reason for you to pack your shit then, correct?
No, because the patriarchy exists throughout the entire world. And again, this is my country. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to fight to make it better.
Okay, whatever you say, man.
I don't understand what you thought you were doing when you were coming up here. Like, what was your thoughts? Like, what popped in your head when you hit that request button?
So a lot of liberals do this to where they try to debate.
You're a liberal.
People. Okay. So where they try to debate people.
W's in the chat for Amanda TikTok. As well for the $2 donation, saying guess is the kind of man who will blame his daughter for being assaulted and wearing a short skirt. Exactly. W's in the chat for Angie for the $2 donation, saying everyone is one paycheck away from needing social programs. I take Biden on his worst day over the rapist. I would too. W's in the chat for the donuts, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links.
See, another person that said times are hard right now. Yeah,
Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted and things appreciated. If you're on
another
YouTube,
person claiming
you
hard
can send
times,
a super chat and I will read that out. Holy smokes, you cry a lot. You cry a lot.
You have a lot of people. I mean, let's be honest. You have a lot of people who are claiming hard times right now under the Trump.
You cry a lot.
And now, they're giving you money. So, hey, make it make sense.
Hey, do you need
our times hard or are they okay with giving money?
Both combination. W's in the chat for Papa Willie for the $5 super chat to say, why do we have to leave? We can't let the government, we can't, wait, hold on. We can't, I don't know what you're saying there, Papa Willie, but you said the government actually cares about its citizen and keep this. I'm assuming you're saying,
no, you just can't fucking read.
Oh no, I can read, but the actual message wasn't worded correctly. But I got it. Don't worry about it. What you're saying here is, why can't the government actually care about the citizens and the people and keep them safe? I completely agree, Papa Willie. W's in the chat for Papa Willie for the $10 super chat. And again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hey, do you normally make fun of people with dyslexia?
I just think it's
answer the question. Do you think it's
so
you think it's funny to make fun of people that have disabilities?
I mean, why didn't you bring that to my attention? That you have
why do I have to bring that to your attention? No,
then I would have taken it into consideration.
Why do I have to bring that to your attention? Why can't you just not be a piece of shit? Like, how about
why
that
can't
one?
You just say,
I could have sworn that you said that
you're
a Christian.
Oh, so that's
I thought you said that you're a Christian. Oh,
I said I believe in God.
Oh, I thought you were a Christian, but yet for some reason you think it's funny to actually engage in ableism. That's super awesome. That literally speaks to who you are, right? You know, people who claim to be the best of us, yet they are the worst of us. That shows who you are. You're nothing but a whiner, complainer, and someone who absolutely brings no substance to anything. Like, I don't even know what you thought you were doing when you came up here, but you're not good at it. You're not. Yeah. Dub's in the chat for Manders for the $1 donation. Saying, I wouldn't be on TikTok. He says while he's on TikTok, STFU. Exactly. Exactly.
Right,
Debbie's in the chat for Kimberly for the $1 donation. Then run.
You're just going to
run. You haven't debated the entire time you've been up here. The only thing that you've done is whine, cried, and complain.
You can find somebody else.
Then run. Then run. I don't care. Leave. No one needs you here. Leave. Go ahead and run. You lose. And go find a safe space.
Yeah.
Go find a safe space where you can have a binky. They suck so bad. Holy smokes. That's the first conversation we've had already. Like, holy smokes. Holy smokes. They're not okay, chat. They are not okay. W's in the chat for Kimberly. Thank you so much for the $1 donation. And this man has never heard of a budget before. Times are tough, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to support people fighting for justice. We're supposed to not to stop donating for sick kids and cancer research because times get tough. No, exactly. Like, you make decisions as far as where you want to actually put your time, energy, effort, and funds. W's in the chat, guys. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Aaron, I can't request for you to come up, but I'm muting you. Come up here and debate me. Get up here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Chris, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. Again, guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Keep tapping the screen. 1.5 thousand people hanging out, guys. Make sure you look up at the top and you see the word follow. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. Hit that follow button, guys. We currently have 60 new followers on the stream. I don't think this person's going to load. So make sure that you are hitting that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. Let's see here.
Sure.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I don't do no sir.
I'm sorry? Willie Jeff, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm sorry, I came up by accident.
Okay, no worries.
My bad.
No worries. Hi, BJA.
Up,
are
bro?
you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree with something in the background. Why are you dodging me?
You're literally up here on the live. How am I dodging you?
I just feel like you remember who I am, and
I have no idea who you are. You're not special.
Hold on.
Anyway, which point do you disagree with on the background? Where would you like to start?
removing the U.S. global presence. But hold on, I got to thank somebody. Sarah, thank you for the $8,000 donation over on Super Chat. Holy shit.
What's your YouTube, Bubba? They are not well. They are not well. He literally cried about coming up here and then said, "Oh, you're dodging me." And then as soon as I let him up, he did the weird shit and ran. It like literally, look, guys, he literally put in the chat, "Pick me. Get up here. Get up here. I sent you a request. Get up here. Get back up here."
Sorry,
Why
I
did
don't
you
know
run?
what happened. I was just thinking.
You ran.
Holy shit.
You
Hold
ran.
on. We just
No,
got
no,
another
no, no,
donation.
no,
Thank
no,
you for
no,
the
no,
third-
no, 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 no. Stop running. Stop crying.
All right,
What's your
let's
YouTube?
debate. Let's debate.
No,
Let's debate.
first, no.
Let's debate.
What's your YouTube? What's your YouTube?
Huh? Don't
What's
worry
your
about
YouTube?
it.
Exactly.
Man, don't worry
Exactly,
about it.
because you're a liar. You're a liar. You're already starting off and from a place of being completely disingenuous, and you're showing yourself to be a liar and a hater. It's fine.
Man, y'all are just
It's
jealous
fine.
because I be getting. I mean, y'all are just jealous. Hey,
No one supports you,
let's-
Bub. That's fine. Tell me why you disagree with removing the global.
You don't know
presence.
my finances, bruh.
Okay,
Anyways,
what's your YouTube then?
So I make money other
Exactly.
ways, bro. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. No, I didn't say
I
you
got
don't make
Twitch.
money other ways. I said that you're
I
a
got
liar.
Twitch. I got Twitch. I got everything. I got
Yeah,
Twitch.
that's
I
fine.
got
But you
Twitch.
called out a super chat, right? You said a super chat, and that's YouTube. So, like, you're lying. Anyway, why do you disagree with removing global presence?
So we have military bases in 80 countries, right?
And how many?
In 80 countries.
Where'd you get that from?
What you mean?
How many military bases do you think we actually have around the world?
We have a lot in several countries.
What's a lot? Put a number on it.
I mean, I don't have the exact number, but I know
we have between
have
750 to 800 military bases around
right,
the world,
and,
and a lot more.
correct?
Yeah, a lot more than 80. But sure, what's the point?
Right. So you're saying that there should be less.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So there should be less. I don't see the problem in having them in other countries. Yeah, sure. Other countries don't have theirs in our country over here, but that's because they don't have the budget to be doing all that, and that's not our issue.
What point do you think you're trying to make right now?
Why do you think it's smart to?
No. I'll lay out my actual argument, but I just want to understand what point you think you're trying to make right now.
Thank you, Allison, for the $850 donation on Venmo.
Oh, you just came up here to pretend to grift. Got it. So you didn't actually come up to debate. You didn't actually come up because you have any substance. That's why he ran again for the second time. They are so weird and not okay. They are not okay. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter, and I guess I disagree with something on the background.
Okay. What point do you disagree with? Where would you like to start?
The remove white men from power. So as far as I understand, your point about this is that white men have been in power for too long. Our country's starting to fail, and you feel like that's because of white men. And, I'd really agree with that. But I have to ask, what about people who would be white men who have been oppressed? Like, for example, a trans person, right? If they go female to male and are a white man, would they be able to get power? Because I feel like they might know a bit more about oppression than an average white man.
Trans men are men, and so trans men are men, and so since trans men are men, white trans men are still white men. So again, remove all white men from power. And it's not just based off of the fact that they've been in power for too long. That's not what I'm saying at all. If it was productive for all of society, then I would say, sure, keep them in power. But it's been harmful to all of society.
Okay, that's cool. I was just wondering about that because I thought maybe from a trans perspective, they'd know about oppression and maybe work differently.
I understand your logic, but I mean,
I understand it still.
Yeah, it depends on the access to the patriarchal system, and that's how it all boils down. So,
Yeah, and then I think that comment's actually really cool. They still benefit from being male presenting and white.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all that I really had to ask about. I wasn't really disagreeing with you.
Okay. All right.
Love you, Santana.
All right. Love you too. Have a good one. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Jenny. Excuse me. Jenny sent a $10 super chat to say, if only a few senpais? If only a few senpais would connect with the poor caller. I'm 75. Synopsis. Holy shit, not senpai. Synopsis would connect with the poor caller. I'm 75-year-old white woman, and I know to fear white men. Yeah, that's true. That's true. W's in the chat for the donos. Again, if anyone would like to support the live, you could do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Hi, Jerky. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree with something on the background.
Okay.
And I
Which point do you
guess it's
disagree
really
with on the
not
background where you like to start?
that I disagree with it. It's the military presence, the move U.S. military presence.
Okay. Why do you disagree?
Well, I believe that it's good that we are in other countries because, for one, I mean, it keeps us in the loop and of what's really going on in said countries. And it's good to have an idea of the things that, may be going on, whether that's, it gets us access to quicker actions, right? When we already have that presence over there, as opposed to, rallying the troops per se to get to said location if we need to, if one of our allies are in trouble, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't disagree as far as we need to ensure that we have the responsive capabilities. That's not what I'm advocating for at all. I think that there is a need to continue to support our allies and also have the defensive capability and responsiveness from multiple places around the world. And the biggest point that I'm trying to make is I think that there's no need to be the most overwhelming military presence in the world in every single country. I think that not only demands that we continue to do things like increase the military budget, which Trump is currently advocating for with the $1.5 trillion budget, but it demands that we continue to feed people, American citizens, young people more specifically, but then everyone as a whole into the military industrial complex in order to keep it moving. So the point that I'm getting to is that we can still have a presence around the world. We can still support our allies as needed. We just don't need to have overwhelming force and presence in every country around the world. Again, we can have 750 to 800 military bases throughout the entire world, and that's just overwhelming.
Okay, so what do you think it would look like then if we, let's say we took down our bases and we brought those troops back home? What would that look like then, as far as the rest of the, the world per se? How do you envision that looking? What would be further doing at home then at that point?
Yeah, what that would look like is ensuring that depending on the allies and where we are, we give them a level of support needed to ensure that they can defend and protect themselves. And also we can keep them strengthened. So it's going to be different for every country. Some countries may need more support. Some countries may need less support. Some countries might actually need our troops and military bases in those areas. Some countries may only need access to equipment that we can sell them. And so we would just actually make that determination based off of our allies and also being completely strategic depending on the areas around the world. And then also taking in any current global conflicts that may be in place. Just for example, ensuring that we provide the right level of assistance for Taiwan to ensure that China never actually invades them. So it's going to be different for different areas, but it will allow us to be able to make a decision as far as what we do and where we do it. And so we don't have to have, again, that overwhelming presence everywhere in the world.
Yeah. That makes sense. I kind of like your point of view on that. Because like I've always thought that like us having, you know, bases in other countries being a crucial factor to some of our own, I would say, like defenses and strategy, like you're saying. And so I thought it was a good thing. But I guess it really depends on who's in power and who's calling the shots on those things too, and as to what our military does in those other countries in said position or in given said, like, you know, circumstances and things like that. It is it's a tricky thing.
Yeah, I don't think that it's going to be a cookie cutter answer for each area. I do think that it's going to take a lot of planning and being very strategic as far as when, where, and how. But I think overwhelmingly, it would be beneficial not only to American citizens, you know, to be able to bring them home and to ensure that we aren't feeding more people and money into the military-industrial complex, but it also reduces global tension, right? If you take a look at the response that a lot of countries have had as far as like this Trump administration and what they've done, including like France saying that they were restarting their nuclear weapon program and no longer going to disclose the amount of nuclear weapons that they have, or even calling for like mid-sized countries to band together to be able to stand up against, like literally France said, stand against the US and China. Right. So making sure that we are able to ensure that we don't continue to push these global conflicts, because we are building our military to a point where everyone feels like they need to respond in kind.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you know, it's man, you know, we need to practice more love in our country. I think we're really, you know, we're really divided today, and it's crazy, man. It's sad too, but I feel like everyone has this sense of like numbness, or, you know, you become what's the word, you desensitized to those kinds of things, and it's you know, living with your nuclear family, you know, the father, you have like your spouse and your kids, and that's pretty much it. I mean, I feel like some families may be a little closer, they have a larger nuclear family, but people don't know their neighbors and things like that. And but you know, given where we're at now, I do think it's a good thing that we do fund the military, and that they do have a good you know, budget, right? Because
are you good with the, like you're saying, fund the military and they do have a good budget? How do you square the circle that while not being able to meet the military spending, Pete Hegseth actually had to spend $93 billion in September on steak, lobster, crab legs, Apple products, recliners, ice cream machines, all of those things, just to make sure they could meet the military budget. But then at the same time, Donald Trump is advocating for increasing the military budget, and increasing the military budget is going to mean cutting access to critical things that are currently being used, i.e. cutting $510 million from grants for farmers and agriculture, $82 million from loans for rural small businesses, $61 million from support of farmers and food markets, $240 from school meals and food for education for children abroad, $659 million from community building grants, $47 million from support to minority-owned businesses, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, how do we square that circle?
Well, for one, I would say education is probably the most important thing, informing people of the things that are going on and happening, right? And I don't agree with that in any form, right? I think that you know, opportunity for equal employment, equal education, right? Access to meals, you know, nutritious meals for children, especially those of low income that don't have the money, or low income families that don't have the money to afford those things. Now, I think that those are important, right? But I do think that there needs to be strict guidelines and rules and laws regarding those things. And I think that there needs to be a balance made, right? And we need to get people in there that are more focused on kind of that balance and kind of closing the gap between wealth and poverty, right? And
Right, but what
seeing,
I'm saying is like your position of ensuring that we continue to fund the military at a proper level. Like we
Yeah.
understand that each president funds the military at a higher proportion than the president prior. So your entire point as far as funding the military, again, it's going to be at the expense of people that are in need. I mean, I just read off just a few things that are going to be cut in order to pay for the military budget, but there's so much more. Like there's so many
Well,
other things as far as like $1.3 billion from FEMA, right? $707 million from cybersecurity protections for critical infrastructure, 52 million from airport and transportation security, 40 million from protection against chemical and biological weapons threats.
Can I pause you there? I'm not saying that I agree with the current party's increase on the military defense budget or the military budget. I do agree that we need to fund the military, right, as far as defense. Now, I don't think, but you're forgetting the point where I said balance. We need to bring it back to a point of where there is a balance, right? And we need to we know where we sit as far as, you know, our military presence globally, like you stated that, right? And so with, you know, if you bring it back and you do bring back some of the troops that are, you know, overseas and things like that, I think
wouldn't balance be actually cutting the bill, the actual budget, and then auditing it, ensure that like the actual money being spent is allocated to the right places and sources, instead of like sending billions of dollars to Elon Musk for contracts for Starlink, Neuralink, and Tesla? Like the cutting the military budget doesn't mean that we have to like lessen our capabilities. Because when you cut the military budget, you also ensure that the funds are allocated properly and we're spending money the right way. So like we can cut the military budget, and then fund our defenses and also fund other things. That's what I'm saying. We don't need to even keep it at the same level.
Yeah, I think you misinterpreted what I said. Like, and I didn't clarify, so I can also take a response or take responsibility for that too. I didn't clarify by I guess what I was saying. And I do think that, you know, so like I said, I think that, you know, funding our military is important. Now, to the degree in which it's being funded, no, probably not. And you know, kind of that loop that the money is in. I guess I don't know too much about the specifics. I try to stay out of it as much as I can, but I do know that there is an imbalance of power, right, as far as the wealthy. And the ability for economic mobility, you know, it ranges greatly, and so and it's only getting further. So I would agree with, I guess, defunding it with the current administration and where they're at now. I don't think that, you know, and the money should be going back into the economy, not into the pockets of the uber and elite rich, you know, kind of thing. So I agree with you there.
Okay, I guess I'm confused as far as what the point is then, because it sounds like we agree overall, because we agree on a defensive posture, supporting our allies, having the ability to respond, but then also cutting the military budget and allocating it to better serve items that would help everyday Americans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I guess we just agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I was kind of just wanting clarification on the U.S. global presence.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna drop you down.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in chat for Nathan for the $1 donation. Previous guest said other countries don't have the budget for military bases around the world. The U.S. is in 38.86 trillion in debt. We don't have the budget for it either. Exactly. We just spend like crazy, which Jerome Powell talked about that. And he talked about there'll never be an actual instance of balancing the budget. But what we need to do is increase the GDP. So our GDP is increasing at a faster rate than our actual debt. So he talked about that. W's in the chat for silver for the $5 donation, saying thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the shit out of you. W's in chat for Zion. Zion sent a $15 donation saying love your stream so much. Thank you so much, Zion. You are absolutely far too kind. W's in the chat for the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Also, guys, can we knock out the daily gift goal, please? It's the donuts. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? One is one and only Meta. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, I don't disagree with anything on the background. I'm sorry.
No
Just
worries.
came on live by mistake. I'm sorry.
Worries.
I'm just enjoying watching you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. That was in the chat. Again, guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Guys, just to make sure everyone knows, this person's name is the DNC Decimator and Sergeant Slapnuts, and they came up here to quote unquote decimate, but are knocked completely the fuck out. This is what you call a TKO before you even step into the ring. This is what happens when you have these incels waiting for too long. Yeah. Anyway, got him out of here. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and you would like to debate me, you do not have to leave where you are. The only thing you have to do is click that link and we can get you up here for some debates. You do not have to leave where you are. The only thing you have to do is click that link. If you're over on TikTok, go ahead and hit that request button and you can get up here for some debates. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, if you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. We should have as many thumbs up as we have people watching the stream. So make sure you hit that thumbs up and make sure that you are actually hitting the subscribe. A lot of people watch, but they don't necessarily subscribe. So make sure that you are hitting that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Hi, Travis. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Guess that's a no. Oh, that person didn't load either. Seems like they're kind of scared today, guys. Seems like they're kind of chicken shit today, guys. I don't know. I don't know. They seem like a basket full of deplorables. They seem like a bunch of cowards. I think that we've cooked so many of them and we've made an example that they are running. But you know what? I understand it. I understand it. I understand why they wouldn't want to debate me. I get it. I get it. If I were on the wrong side of history and I had to actually debate someone who knew something and I know I don't know anything, then I wouldn't actually come up either. So I get it. Again, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Kay. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree with your military thing because I think that our military should be as big as it is. That way we can help people.
Okay. Quick question for you for TikTok purposes. What's your age?
I'm not 18, I'll tell you that.
Okay. I'm going to drop you down. You have to be 18 years of age or older in order to join a TikTok live. So guys, please only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're looking for some debates. Also, I will say this, young lady, the military doesn't do that. It's not like, oh, our military is as big as it is in order to protect people. And that would be idealistic, right? I mean, I can absolutely say that, you know, that would be beneficial, but that's not what our country is or does. You said answer the question still. What are you talking about? Answer the question still. There was no question. She just said she disagrees because that's what she thinks. So anywho, that would be idealistic if the military actually did that, but that's not what our military is for. So yeah. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates as we wait for anyone to get the testicular fortitude to actually up. Someone just did. Someone just did. Oh, we got 2 people over here. Hold on. Sorry. Let's see. Let's start with Jay. Hi, Jay. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yep.
Oh my God, Santana, it's so good to talk to you. First off, let me say, huge fan. I agree with everything, minus one tenet, and it's the othering of white people. I just have a stipulation for you, and allow me to finish, if you will. Would it not
wait before you do that, can you, because you're on camera, but you're moving a lot, and so it's like kind of hold still. Just hold still. That's it. Sorry.
Right, sorry, I was doing some breakfast things.
Yeah. I'm gonna put you over on the screen on TikTok so people can see you. Anyway, go ahead. I'm listening.
So would it not make more sense just as a whole to have equal representation from all parties? So you say that there's 5 races that are represented that we recognize in the U.S. Would it not make sense to have 10% male, female, 20% equal representation of Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, the whole minority conglomerate? Would that not make more sense to you?
Okay. Yeah. So as far as that premise, like, I hear what you're saying. And the big thing that I've tried to make sure that I explain to people is I'm not saying that I think that there aren't other ways that we could move forward in the future. But the premise that I'm making is, as of right now, this is the best solution in my opinion that we have. I'm willing to accept other possible solutions. But when you talk about the way that power has been coalesced over the 250-year history, and then due to the fact that there is such an imbalance and we're in such a dire spot, I think that we need to address the issue directly. And then after we are in a better position as a country as a whole, of course, we can reintegrate, white men back into power, and then look at how do we ensure equity and then move forward. So I think we have to address that one thing first before we can do the other stuff.
And I can understand that to an extent. I feel that, breaking something to see how it works and reconstructing it in that sense might not get you to the goal that you're trying to achieve.
Wait, you think that it's breaking it?
Well, so deconstructing a system. So you talk about, removing like white men entirely. How does that even look to you? Because when you have a system, unfortunately, that's rigged against minorities, you have a system that's set up to others, and you have a system that's set up to potentially, rig it for white people. Obviously, there's going to be some fallout. There's going to be a time of upheaval, if you will, where pardon my language, stuff's just going south. You know what I mean? And so I'm not arguing against your premise. I'm just arguing perhaps against the way that you would conduct that. I feel like you've heard of Rip Toa, like an exchange of power. I feel like there would need to be something like a coalition set up to orchestrate that whole thing. You're talking about, reevaluating elections, the Senate, Congress, the whole kit and caboodle, and at the end of the day, that takes more work than I think that, saying removing white men from power really articulates. And that's, I guess, what I would really want to debate with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that having that statement on the background is the extent of what I believe or the process. It's a talking point, right? Just because one, we have limited space on the background, but two, it gets us to the baseline, right? My entire premise as far as this debate is not to fully flush out the methodology, the exact way that we ensure that we do all of these things. The point of the debate is getting you to the point of accepting that this is something that needs to be done. And then once we can accept that this needs to be done, then we can move past that in the future as far as like, how do we get it done? But it's getting people to understand why I'm saying that, because most people, the first thing they say is, oh, you're racist and you don't like white men. And I'm like, no, that's not it at all.
I think, can I interrupt for 1 second? I think the reason, and I hope, unfortunately, it's probably not, but I think part of the reason why you're getting that response from so many people is because when it's almost, and I'm not saying you're rage baiting people, it's almost like at that level where you're saying white men remove them from power. I'm like, well, if you replace the word white men with any other ethnicity, that sounds like rage bait. You know, it sounds like.
Right, but if you replace the word white with any other race, then it doesn't hold the same premise, because no other race has the power that white people have. And so, like, I understand what you're saying as far as, like, let's not get it twisted. The only people that have come up here to argue this point have been white men. There's been a few black men, but, you know, mostly it's white men.
And honestly, I feel like a lot of that is because people are scared too. When you directly implicate race as a reason for, so like, you know, now you're talking like people, the reason you've got so many cowards in your chat that are afraid to come and talk to you. I'm a little more articulate than a lot of people. You know, I've listened to you, Dean, Parker, the whole nine, but long before I've listened to any of you, I've been, you know, I'm college educated. I'm a veteran, you know, I manage a company. I think people are more concerned about how they might be taken.
Yeah.
I know you're not going to get me fucked up, because I'm like, nothing I've said comes across that way. Yeah. I think ultimately, if you just maybe rephrase it and then like, and I'm not even sure how you could, but rephrase it in a way that maybe takes the edge off so much people aren't thinking that you're trying to like.
Well, but see, like this is the thing, and I say this all the time, right? When it comes to addressing certain issues, like, people don't have the right to comfort. Like, the right to comfort is one of the tenets of white supremacy. And no matter if we're talking about like men, right? I talk about this all the time, you know, that men are inherently misogynist. And so like we have to deal with that misogyny, and we have to constantly confront it. And hearing things that make us feel uncomfortable and you know, having to address those things, like, it doesn't dictate that we have to be comfortable. Like, I say this all the time. My wife is one of the first people that actually confronted me about my misogyny. And that made me feel so uncomfortable, because the person that I love the most is the one saying, like, calling me out on being misogynist. And so it's something that you have to learn to sit with and sit in that discomfort in order to deal with the issue. And so a lot of people seeing that remove white men from power, like, they come from a point of like an emotional response saying, well, it's racist, or you're talking about me. And like, the one thing that I've told multiple people, I'm like, I'm not talking about you. You're not in power. Like, they love to say, well, are you talking about Dean or Parker? I'm like, they're not in power. But if they were in power, then I would. And so it's dispelling the notion that people have the right to comfort. And like, when we talk about dealing with a problem, no one has the right to comfort.
Well, and if no one has the right to comfort, I mean, we create these spaces where, you know, and obviously I'm not advocating for any type of slur or anything, but at the end of the day, we create these spaces and then deny people's right to speak certain ways because it makes people uncomfortable.
Wait, I think you misunderstand the right to comfort.
I'll let you finish. I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. No. I want you to make sure I understand this. When I say the right to comfort, I'm not talking about people like feeling safe or protected in communities or spaces or whatever. The right to comfort specifically speaks to addressing the problem specifically, not you know, just in general. So like, you and I are talking right now, you do have the right to quote unquote comfort, in the sense of, me and you should be able to have a normal conversation without me just like bashing you and blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to addressing the actual specific problem, hearing something that makes you feel uncomfortable with dealing with the problem, meaning that you don't have the right to comfort as far as like how the problem is being addressed. That's what I mean.
Okay, no, and that makes more sense, because it sounded almost like a contradiction in one sense, where you know, we're one group of people didn't have a right to comfort when everyone else does.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So, I mean, realistically, you sound like you were having a hard time finding anyone with any substance to say. Like I said, a huge fan.
A lot of times they lack substance.
I've been listening to people for the last couple of days come up here and just throw themselves on a sword in the remove white men from power, freaking out. And I feel like they're articulating it wrong. And I feel like the questions and the premise haven't been challenged in the right way, which is, I think you're looking at a systemic problem, obviously, all the way from the top, you know, 250 years of white people control. But I would argue that the system can be fixed without completely dismantling it.
How?
I would argue that
how do you do that?
I think what really needs to be, you know, realized is that people need to get outside their comfort zones and maybe stop looking at race as a whole. I mean, it's unfortunate and it's hard to not do that, because there's such a, you know, 100 years of everything to look at from the past. What we need more now, what we need more than anything right now is unity.
Wait, so, but Jay, you do understand in order to actually do that, though, you have to abolish white supremacy.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. And there is an unfortunate. I'm in Oregon. You know, we're a lot of people think that Oregon was founded because we're so open-minded, but you know, a lot of Oregonians like to whitewash it and pretend that it wasn't founded in 1859 as a whites-only state. It's honestly just like a joke, you know. But that being said, I think that there's a new generation of people moving forward that can remove white men from power without actually taking such a brash step. I think that comes at the polls, people voting and asserting their own personal voice and power, and getting out there and voting for those people in both the primaries, getting the people that you want elected fair representation. And that kind of goes back to the argument that I was trying to make, which is, yes, okay, remove white men from power, but do it in the ways that we have established with your voice, your vote, and by showing up and showing out. And that will do more than just simply saying, hey, we need to remove white men from power. Right, because ultimately you can say a lot, but if you don't take the necessary steps, then we're just spitting in the wind, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I get you, but when you talk about like showing up and going through the normal processes and doing X, Y, or Z, you see that those don't yield the actual results. The greatest example I have, right, is what just happened in Texas with Jasmine Crockett and James Tellerico. And I've said this like over and over and over. I'm not taking anything from James Tellerico, but Jasmine Crockett was the superior candidate in the sense of experience, time, and what she has the ability to do. But when given the opportunity to actually, when given the opportunity to hold on, when given the opportunity to actually, when given the opportunity to actually pick between Jasmine Crockett and James Tellerico, people chose the white man as a comfort. And I'm not just saying this because like, oh, this is what I think. Like they were literally on record. Multiple people were on record saying that like they think that Jasmine Crockett is the better choice, a fighter and all this other stuff. But they picked James Tellerico because they thought he was a safer option. And that's what I'm talking about.
So, and I feel like you're not so much wrong when you say safer option, but I feel like they chose him for different reasons than what you just articulated.
No, they said
Crockett, I love her to death, but she is in your face. She is pop, pop, pop. Let me drop the points. Let me drop the hammer. She does more as a litigator than I feel like she does with the poise. And James Tellerico, he's a pastor, for God's sakes. You know, like when you talk about the safe bet, people aren't looking at them in terms of gender and race, which I don't even think James Tellerico is he not Hispanic?
He's white, and Hispanic isn't a race.
Well, okay. Regardless, I don't feel like they chose them based on race. I feel like they chose them based on gender. If you want, and like the reality of things, you're talking about a state, Texas, the big Bible thumping, you know, you have literally a minister and a man who isn't, which I love how Jasmine Crockett goes after motherfuckers. I love how she drops the hammer. When listening to her talk, I'm like, give it to me. Let me hear you put that bitch on blast.
Please don't say the B word. Yeah.
Say again?
Please don't say the B word.
Oh, I'm not saying that, like, you know.
Yeah,
like
no, I know,
but put that guy on blast. Yeah. You know, when she's deposing somebody in Congress, I apologize. But you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I think that she was too abrasive for a lot of Texans. I'm an Oregonian. I would have voted for her. James Tyler Rico fits their unfortunate mold a little bit more. So when you talk about, she wasn't voted in the primaries because of these specific reasons, I feel like that's a little bit arbitrary. I feel like the real reason boils down to the fact that, unfortunately, 90, 80, 75%, let's just say 50% of America probably isn't ready to vote for a woman. I am. I have voted for a woman. Unfortunately, they didn't get elected. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, I think you need to maybe just remove men from power, or maybe seriously consider who we put in power and have the ability to remove them if they're doing a crappy job.
Yeah. So what I'm going to actually speak to is the reason why I said that, and the reason why I said that isn't because like I just made this up. I'm telling you that they were on record as far as saying that the reason why they voted for James Tellerico over Jasmine Crockett is because it was a safer option. Like I'm not making this up. This is what they were saying in interviews after leaving the exit polls. So to say that, it's not just that, like I'm telling you, that's what they literally are on record saying. I'm looking for the video, and I hate that I deleted it, but hold on one second. Hold on one second. I
can understand them saying.
But wait, let me finish what I'm saying. You keep cutting me off. I'm sitting quietly letting you finish. The point that I'm getting to is that they've actually openly said this was the reason why we're voting for James Tellerico over Jasmine Crockett. Now, when you start to talk about intersectionality, like when you say, oh, it's a woman. Yeah, I mean, it's a woman, but it's also a Black woman. And when you take a look at intersectionality, when you take a look at the patriarchal system, you have to understand that the Black woman is the most disenfranchised person on the patriarchal system. Now, there's other levels of that when you come to like what that actually looks like. And what other levels, what that actually looks like when it comes to like being, a transgender Black woman with a disability or whatever the case may be. But they're not just saying this because she was too abrasive or too assertive. And also that's a racist trope, right? That's a stereotype that people lean into, that Black women are like, too abrasive, too in your face, or da 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 da.
No. I didn't. No, don't misquote me. I didn't say that.
Okay.
That Black.
I'm gonna mute you because I'm still speaking. Just let me finish what I'm saying. The premise, as far as Black women being too abrasive, too assertive, too in your face, too bold, too brash, like even strong, like the strong Black woman is an actual trope that's rooted in racism, right? And so a lot of people sit here and they talk about Jasmine Crockett and, oh, she's too much or too in your face or da 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 da. Like that's leaning into the racist tropes that have plagued Black women as a whole. So the point that I'm getting across is like, I'm not saying this because this is what I think. I'm only saying this is because this is what they said. All right, floor is yours.
Now, look, I don't misrepresent what I'm saying. First off, I've dated Black women. I love Black women. I'm not saying Black women as a whole.
That's tokenization.
Say again. Oh, no. That's not tokenization.
That's literally tokenization.
Parker brings you up to debate for him. Now, hear me out.
No. There's no instance where Parker comes. Wait.
What I'm saying is Black women as a whole.
No, you sitting here saying that, oh, I love Black women. I've dated Black women. That's tokenization, Jay. That's literally tokenization. I'm just saying, and for you to sit here and say that tokenization is when Parker brings me up to debate. When you say tokenization is Parker bringing me up to debate, that's not true, because when I go up on Parker's I go on Parker or Dean's Live whenever I want to. But then also too, like I send them a request and let them know like, hey, I would like to come up and speak on certain specific topics. So that's not tokenization. You literally sitting here saying, I love Black women, I dated Black women. That's tokenization. Your proximity to Blackness does not absolve you from race or tokenization. You're muted. We can't hear you right now. You're literally muted. I'm gonna send you a request to come off mute. I'm just letting you know, like, whether you feel comfortable or not saying that that's what you did. It was tokenization.
Anywhere on here that I'm muted?
Yeah, I muted you.
Yeah, where's it say I'm muted?
I muted you.
Okay, so let me finish. I'm not saying that when I'm saying that, it's not tokenization. I'm not saying that all women are like that and I have firsthand knowledge because of that. I'm saying that the women I've dated are not like that. And so for you to whitewash what I'm saying and say that I'm using that as a tokenization of Black women, I'm not. I'm literally trying to say not all Black women are abrasive. And so for you to say that they didn't vote for her because she wasn't the safe option is asinine. Do you understand? They voted for James Tyler Rico because he is a man, and the man is a safer option because he has a higher chance of getting totally elected after the primary. So do not call me a racist. Do not say I'm using a tokenization argument because first off, buddy, you don't know me. I'm a huge supporter of you. And to say that is honestly, it's sad, man. Like I'm like they say don't meet your idols because they're gonna shit on you and talk down to you. You guys love to argue against your own people and you have to win. You can't take it as I'm literally just trying to stipulate my end of the argument.
Okay. Like I said before, no one has a right to comfort when it comes to dealing with the problem. And me telling you that you tokenize Black women, is specifically the Black women that you've dated, that's literally tokenization. Just because it made you feel uncomfortable, like that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. I didn't call you racist.
No, it's you arbitrarily.
You're muted again. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. Like I'm sitting here quietly and letting you speak, but yet you keep interrupting me. The point that I made is that you sitting here saying that it's tokenization or it's not tokenization when I'm sitting here trying to explain it to you. Like I didn't call you a racist. I didn't say, oh, you're a bad person or blah, blah, blah. I let you know that by you sitting here saying that, oh, I don't think this is a thing because the Black women or I like Black women. I've dated Black women. You're specifically tokenizing the Black women that you have been with. That's what tokenization is. This is not a personal attack on you, Jay. This is just letting you know what you did in real time. No one's attacking your character. You can sit here and say, oh, you know, don't meet your idols. Well, first and foremost, I shouldn't be your idol. Like, you know, I'm just some random person. If you enjoy the space, please enjoy the space. But the point that I'm getting across is that that's what you did. And also, I'm not mischaracterizing anything. I'm literally telling you, this is what the people who voted in Texas went on record and said. I'm looking for the video because I'm going to play the sound for you, but I'm not making this up. Like they literally said that. Send you a request, you can speak. The floor is yours.
So what were their exact words? Because at the end of the day, saying that he was the safer choice doesn't stipulate anything based on race.
That's all you want to say?
I mean, like where in that statement is the actual meat and potatoes that says that this was based on race?
Sure. What would make him the safer choice?
He's a pastor. He's soft, like he's a little bit softer when it comes to how his phraseology. He's a little less in your face. Me personally, I don't really care either way how they represent themselves. But I know that a lot of older voters and a lot of people who are the ones who are actually going to sway your primaries are the ones that do. You know what I'm saying? Like what is your, and I mean, I'm sure you don't have the statistic up there right now, the spread statistically wise of the ages of people voting. You know, you don't talk to your grandmother or when your mama's listening to late night radio, you're not on here cussing. Mm-hmm. I love you, baby. Sorry, my wife just said hi, bye. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. No, but it's fine. I mean, the point that I'm getting across is like this, the reason why this was actually brought up. It's I'm speaking to the point that the people who actually voted in the election made these comments. They said the thing, and like, I mean, we can look at the breakdown and you can talk about anything else that may or may not have been driving force or whatever. But the actual point that I'm getting across is when they say the safer option, it's because they're appealing to the patriarchal system and where things have been as a whole, as a society. I think I found, so I didn't find the exact video, but it looks like someone made a video about it. I couldn't listen to it just yet, but I'm going to pull this up and at least play the portion that I see, and hopefully we can hear the sound from what we were just talking about. Give me just a second here. And hopefully this will be, so I saw the lady that we're talking, or I'm talking about, and then hopefully we can go from there. Sorry.
No, you're good, man.
I deleted the video because I had it, but it's not something that I ended up keeping after I played it at one point for people.
That, and you've got outlets like Fox News who are totally focusing on some of her speech in Germany where she was up there, and
shows the polls.
Can you hear
in
that?
your race are tied.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that particular poll, but I will.
All right, hold on. I don't know if they're going to play the whole point from her.
Poll, but I will say that.
And I was so ready to vote for Jasmine Crockett because I love her, but I voted for Tallarico.
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, see, they play that little excerpt. I'm going to keep looking to see if I can find that full clip. Oh, hold on. Here. Hold on.
And I was so ready to vote for Jasmine Crockett because I love her, but I voted for Tallarico because we need somebody who can win.
As hard as it is to say, I think she's going to be harder to elect statewide.
So yeah, y'all, it's going to be interesting, of course.
Yeah. So they said,
I mean,
that
where
they
was the race-based comment in that?
I'm sorry?
Where was the race-based comment in that? I'm just curious.
I said they said they voted for someone because they want someone that they think can win. Why would they think that a white man would have more likelihood to win versus a black woman?
Because he did better in their eyes. I don't really without any context there.
You've been watching, right? And you've heard me tell the actual reasoning behind why I'm saying remove white men from power. Who has held the majority of the power over the 250-year history of the country?
So let me ask. James Tallarico and James Tallarico as a male, or was James Tallarico as a female?
Well, now you mean a man or a woman?
So if James Tallarico was a female and not a male,
mean a woman?
Jasmine Crockett. If James Tallarico was a female
what? A female dolphin?
Exactly same policies, a politician.
You mean a woman?
Person. Yes. If he was a woman, which one would have the stronger argument?
The white woman.
Why is that?
Intersectionality, the patriarchal system. Oh wait, hold on. Are you saying are you saying just James Tallarico? Are you saying that also Jasmine Crockett?
James Tallarico was a woman going up against Jasmine Crockett, who is also a woman, who wins?
James Tallarico.
Why?
The patriarchal system.
The fact that it's a white woman?
Yes. I've literally just sat here and told you about intersectionality.
You can't even say that though, because it's a hypothetical.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Why can't I if we're talking about what's intersectionality?
Based on their policies.
What's intersectionality?
If you simply say that you would vote for James Tallarico because she's a woman and a white woman, that's antithetical to you.
I didn't say I would. You're saying who would win.
I specifically asked you if you would, Santana.
Oh, wait, no. Are you talking about me, who I would vote for? Oh, I would have voted for Jasmine Crockett regardless. That's
because
not even
of her
question.
policies?
Yes,
Why?
but we're not talking about me. Why are we talking about me? Why are we talking about me versus the entirety?
Because I asked you that question.
That makes no sense because I would have voted for her regardless.
So you would vote for her regardless. Okay, then it has nothing to do with the fact that they're a man or a woman.
It does, Jay. We're talking about the people that actually voted for James Tellerico over Jasmine Crockett.
Do you have the polls on what percentage she lost by?
Sure, we can pull this up, but can you answer the question I just had for you?
Which part?
Or not address what I said. The reason why it would be the white woman winning over the black woman is because intersectionality. Do you know what intersectionality is?
I need the definition. Do you just mean the fact that the intersectionality, which I hate to use it in the definition of the patriarchy, because she's a woman, therefore she would win because she's a white woman?
Yes.
But we don't see that across the board. We see black and white women go up against each other all the time, and the black woman gets voted into power. That's why we have congresswomen who are of different ethnicities.
Yeah, there's a difference between ethnicity, race, and nationality.
Now, when I'm trying to get across, up a state like Texas, which unfortunately has a heavy hand.
There's a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. The reason why I brought this up is because you're introducing a hypothetical, and instead of actually looking at the factual information that we have, we're looking at the potentiality of what was done. And if we're looking at the potentiality of what's done, then we have to understand the additional factors that would play in the actual voting. So yes, if there was a hypothetical situation where it was a white woman with James Tellerico policies versus a black woman, Jasmine Crockett, hypothetically speaking, it's more likely that the white woman would win the election due to the fact that she has proximity to whiteness. I'm not saying that it will factually be the case. I'm saying there's a higher likelihood in this hypothetical situation.
And what would you propose is the solution to that, other than just removing people because they're a certain color?
When am I recommending removing people because they're a certain color?
Read your premise.
Okay. Why did I say we need to remove white men from power?
Read your premise.
Why did I say we need to remove white men from power?
Because they've been in power for 250 years, but not solely.
Okay. So you saying that I am saying that we need to actually remove white men because of their quote unquote color is incorrect. That's not
what your premise says.
It doesn't say it's because they're white. You keep saying
it does. Remove white men from power.
Okay.
Does it not?
Okay. I'll explain it to you because again, you said that you've been here, but obviously you haven't been here listening. It's fine. I'll explain it. The reason why I say we need to remove white men from power is because over the 250-year history of our country, white men have held 90% of all power. That's House, Senate, and presidency. So no matter where you are on the side of the aisle, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent, no matter who you put the blame on, the blame falls squarely on white men because they're the ones that have had the power in our country. Now, when you couple that with the fact that most nations only last for 250 years, and we're entering into the 250th year of our country, and two, the fact that the United States of America is following the exact same things that the last 5 global superpowers did in order to cause their country to collapse, My logical conclusion is to remove the people that are directly responsible for the guidance of our country throughout the history of our country to lead us to where we are. I'm specifically saying white men because white men have been the ones that have held the power, that have made the actual decisions, that have passed the legislation. That's why. It's not because they're white men. It's because they are the ones that are directly responsible for where we are as a whole, as society today. That's why, not just because they're white men. Still on you, James.
Okay.
You're kind of breaking up. I don't know if it's you.
The race all of a sudden take a nosedive. I'm confused. Like, so you come up with a lot of problems, but your solution doesn't really hold any ground.
Why?
Does it not?
Tell me why. James, tell me why it doesn't hold any ground.
Santana?
Yep, I can hear you. You were breaking up. Can you hear me? Can you guys still hear James?
Hello?
Can you all still hear James? One second.
You can hear me? Hello? I don't know if it's glitching out or what.
Yeah, you might have to, James, can you hear me?
I just feel like
no. Can you hear me?
They've had a shot, so now
and he's pretending that he can't hear me, and then he's just gonna keep talking, think he get to say whatever. We're not doing that. James, if you can't hear me, then, and I'm putting comments in the chat, so I know you can see the chat. I'm putting comments in the direct chat that only you and I have access to because you're up here, so I know you can see that. I'm putting comments in the direct chat that's only seen by me and people that are up here to debate from that side. So I know you can see, it notifies you when those comments come in. I know you can see the comments. I know you can at the very least still see me because you're here. So I'm going to take you off mute. If it's an issue with your signal, maybe you have to go out and come back in, but we can still hear you. Jay, can you hear me? Jay? Yeah, I know he turned his camera off.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
I know you see the request now that I just sent to turn your camera back on. Can you hear me now? I know you can see me because we can see you now, Jay. Jay, we literally can see you now.
Dude.
Jay.
What is even happening right now?
Jay, are you playing in our face? He's playing in our face, chat. Jay, go out and come back in. If you can't hear me, go out and come back in. I know you can see me. At the very least, you can see me because I can see you. And he ran. He was playing in our face. He was literally playing in our face. And for anyone wondering, like, again, I had the chat up and I notified him that he might have to drop. Like I told him we can hear us. Like that was so disingenuous. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
So I actually disagree with the same thing that he was just disagreeing with.
Okay.
And also,
for TikTok purposes, can you tell me what your age is?
2008. I just turned 18 last week, March 31st.
Okay, perfect. Can you give me 2 seconds to say thank you to a couple of people I need to catch up, and then we'll get right into it?
Yeah, of course.
Perfect. Thank you. Let me go over to YouTube first. W's in the chat for Sid. What up, Sid? Who sent a $2 donation saying fragile white man in his finest. Ooh, that was rough. W's in the chat for Muzi, who sent a they've been a member for 4 months and used their super chat for their membership saying sending much needed love. I appreciate it, Muzi. W's in the chat for Muzi for the $10 super chat to say, I'm amazed at your composure handling this. For real, thank you for educating. You give those of us who truly internalize it. Thank you for educating. You give to those of us who truly internalize it. Good luck. Thank you, Muzi. W's in the chat for Outcasted for the $19.99 super chat to say, you're always too passionate. You're always too passionate that you lose yourself. You have to sometimes put your feelings to the background. You need to end up missing your own. You end up missing your own point, not willing to understand the view. Everything is an attack. You're not invalid. Oh, I guess. Oh, you're telling that to Jay. Yeah. I mean, I think they internalize it and they think that it's specifically directed towards them. That's a great call out. And then Outcast sent another $9.99 super chat say, you want your point understood. You're not being invalidated. However, you're also invalidating Santana, and it's not fair. Santana agrees with you. Yeah, I mean, like people feel like they're attacked, and I understand why they say that. But like, it's a point of explaining like it's not a personal thing. It's just looking at it as a whole. W's in the chat for Leap for the $5 super chat to say, sometimes the biggest roadblock to progress is the white liberal man who can't realize their place is being propped up by white supremacy. Big facts. W's in the chat for Outcast for the $19.99 super chat to say, he'd ask for you to repeat yourself to see if you was on track. You sounded that you was, but your mind was still elsewhere and not seeing the picture as a whole. Just a part of you. And yeah, they were absolutely feeling some type of way and wanted to push back directly on it. And that's why they did it, Outcast. Also, $4.99 super chat from Outcast today. Perceptive as well. Santana was trying to hurt you. How was it? Santana wasn't trying to hurt you. Sorry, Essie. Don't let me type everything I want. Yeah, I think it is the super chats and the way that you're like limited on being able to type out what you can say. But I'm piecing it together. Sorry about that. W's in the chat for Zumba for the $9.99 super chat to say, I've been listening on and off for a while. And from what I understand, that even though it's instituted, the reason he is the safest option is because white men are always the ones who went, yeah, like insinuated, not instituted, insinuated. Yeah, that's what they were saying. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Papa Willie for the $100. Holy shit, guys. W's in the chat for Papa Willie for the $100 super chat. Say people act like Santana takes orders from Dean Parker. When we all know this is a man who always wants to smoke. I hate the notion because it implies that black people can only act on behalf of white people. And yeah, listen, when they sit here and say like, oh, Dean and Parker tokenizes you, or even they try to play in Dean and Parker's face and say, oh, you have to bring the black man up. Like they sit there and pretend as if for some reason, like they aren't the ones that specifically are like, we're friends. And so we talk to each other on and off the app, right? Like that's what it boils down to. And anytime one of my friends, no matter if it's Dean Parker or whoever else, anytime they say like, oh, we want the chance to come up and come on your live, like I let them. It's I have multiple friends that do that. Or anytime there is an issue or an instance where Like I reach out to one of my friends, I'm like, hey, I'm in the request. They let me come up. And the idea that, oh, it's just like someone using someone, like that's just stupid. It's lazy and it's stupid. Anyway, W's in the chat for the super chats. W's in the chat for Caroline, who sent a $5 super chat to say, hey, Santana, hope you're doing great today. Can't stay today because of migraines. I'm hoping that you feel better. Looking forward to late nights. Have a good one, everyone. W's in the chat for Caroline. I hope you feel better. W's in the chat for Samantha for the $5 donation saying, can't leave the house while fixing the foundation. Yeah, you can't live in the house while fixing the foundation. W's in the chat for me for the $5.55. Oh, Lord, it's one of the good ones. See how quickly the mask comes off? Yep, absolutely. W's in chat for Laura for the $2 donation saying, Jay thinks he's so deep and beyond racism and misogyny, and he really thinks that he's good at articulating it. Bro is no different than a typical MAGA. Like, if we can't unpack those biases, then yeah, you're absolutely right about that. W's in the chat for William for the $5 donation saying, oh, this is Batbeard TV. I'm in Texas, and I asked on Facebook to my friends who they were voting for and why. Most of them would say they prefer Crockett, but James was more electable because he's white. Yeah. I mean, like, that's what it boils down to. W's in chat for Amanda for the $5 donation. Quick question. What actually are all the racial categories in the U.S.? There's 5 different ones. It's white, black, Asian Pacific Islander, indigenous, and God dang it, what am I missing? There's one more. For some reason I'm spacing on it, but it's 5 of them, and they're all recognized. Which one am I missing, guys? Why am I missing? Hold on. Hispanic is not a race. Why am I missing the 5th one? No. Black, white, and indigenous, Asian, and Native Hawaiian / Pacifica. Yeah. Which one did I miss? I got all of them then. Indigenous, because you can also say Alaska Native. Okay, I did get all of them. Never mind. So those are the 5 racial categories. W's in chat for Haley for the $1 donation saying intersectionality is the matrix of all aspects that makes up the personal perception in society. This argument can also lean into W.E.B. Du Bois' concept of psychological wages of whiteness. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Haley, for calling that out. Absolutely. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying didn't take long for his white fragility to jump out. It did. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, guys, look up at the top. You see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know we'll go live. We are on our way to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please hit that follow button. All right. I apologize about that, Solar. Tell me why you disagree with removing white men from power.
So I was just thinking, I feel like a better wording for that would be like removing corrupt people. I understand your previous debate about like white people have held power, white men have held power for 90% of those 250 years. I don't believe it is inherently bad for a white person to hold power. I think it is inherently bad that a majority of powerful people are white.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought corrupt people would be a better wording, is what I was trying to get at.
Okay. Well, one, I mean, I'm not talking about all white people, right? We're specifically only talking about white men. And since we're specifically only talking about white men, we're talking about the people who have perpetuated the harm throughout society. And so that's why we're speaking to white men. But the issue that I have is like the wording is the wording, sure. I think a lot of people are getting hung up on what the actual word says. I want people to understand the premise behind what I'm saying and the reason I'm saying what I'm saying. And the reason that I'm saying what I'm saying is because white men have been the one that have perpetuated the most amount of harm throughout the history of our country.
So speaking, you would want to remove all current white men from power?
Yes.
Okay. So is this the type of thing where in order to like balance, you would want to make it like all not white people until it's kind of a balance? Do you understand what I'm saying? Or?
Yeah, I mean, anyone except a white man until we actually correct the issues that we have in the existential cliff that we're facing.
Okay. Just that makes sense. That does make sense. Would you want white woman in power?
Sure, anyone that's not a white man.
Okay, because I just was thinking that I know a lot of white men are corrupt, and I understand that. It's just I felt that removing all of them it's not racist. It's just I feel like there are some white men who are inherently really good leaders.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of all I just wanted to say. I kind of just wanted to come up here and like see why it was worded that way and just understand.
Yeah, and so the point that I've tried to get across and I tried to explain to people, I'm not saying that I think white men are bad. I'm not saying that white men aren't good leaders. I'm saying that based off of what we know, the empirical data, the history, and the knowledge that we have, and the actual crisis that we're currently facing and the possible solution, this is the best solution that I think that we have. Now, I'm willing to listen to other solutions, but just saying like take some of them out and keep some of them in, like then it opens up the door to how do you know who the good ones are?
Well, if someone's campaigning and you go off the policies and the like their moral standings only and not just physical appearance, that would fix the problem, wouldn't it?
No, morals are subjective.
Morals are subjective.
Yeah, just because you deem something to be moral doesn't mean that everyone deems it to be moral.
Okay. I really just came up here to learn more, but thank you for having me up.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi. W's in the chat for Manders for the $1 donation saying, I'm in Texas, white, and consider voting for Tellerico because I thought he would have the best chance of beating any Republican. But I realized that the BS that it was and voted for Crockett. Still sad that she lost. But whether is better than any Republican. Yeah, I'm sure you mean Tellerico was better than any Republican. Yeah, I completely agree. And like that's the thing that I've been trying to get across. Like just because I think Jasmine Crockett was a better candidate and more suitable doesn't mean that I wouldn't support James Tellerico. Like I think that James Tellerico is absolutely the better option than the Republican options, but Jasmine Crockett was the better option than James Tellerico. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I don't think this person's going to load. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Chaser, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, I'm going to drop you down. Again, guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Thank you for the cake.
I'm not a Trump supporter.
Hi, Jeffrey. Are you a Trump supporter? Yes, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, I have to wait for congratulations on 100,000, bro. I've been trying to for a couple days.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, but please respect the boundaries of the live. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I love the hell out of you guys, but please respect the boundaries so we can actually keep these debates going. If you would like to get a message across, you can drop it in the chat. I read the chat all the time. If it's something super important, you can get it to one of the mods, and the mods will get it to me if it's important. Or if you want something specifically read, then you can always send a donation to the Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Just like Tess, that was in chat for Tess for the $10 super chat saying, James is the most electable, ? Maybe that's our problem. The public overlook best education and experience for white, Christian, and palatable. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
You know you're just a token for Dean, right? Like as soon as you disagree with him on something, he'll go back to calling you the N-word, right?
You think
so? How the Democrats are, right? You'll be used as a holdover until the illegal immigrant Muslims want to move in from Wakanda to take over.
Wait, did you just come up here to spam words? I absolutely refuse to let you just spam shit. I mean, we can talk, but you're not just going to continue to spam shit. Holy fuck, slow down. Yes, this is Sleepy Man. This is the one that was actually up here snoring on the live earlier. Like, he came up and then he was just completely knocked the fuck out, snoring super loud. And then he woke up and realized that he had missed his opportunity. So now he's come back to just spam as many words as he knows. All right, I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. Like, we can have a conversation, but you're not just going to sit here and spam every word that you know. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said that I'm just a quote unquote token for Dean. Why do you say that?
I mean, like, as soon as you disagree with him on something, he's going to go back to calling you the N-word, and you know, it just like how the Democrats are, man.
Wait, don't move off of that.
You're being used as a holdover,
wait,
bro.
Let me reply to what you're saying. So first and foremost, Dean and I disagree on multiple things. Like, Dean and I have disagreed on things on his live, specifically on my live, in person, in private. So just because we disagree doesn't mean that, one, we're still not on the right side of history together, or two, that we'll stop being friends. Fun fact, it's not about quote unquote tokenizing someone. Like, that's my little brother. But regardless, you said that, oh, he's going to go back to calling you the N-word. One, he's never called
probably already
the
doing
N-word.
He's probably doing it right now.
Okay, so again, I'm going to finish speaking. Like, I need you to have impulse control. I'm allowing you to stay up here and say your stupid shit. Let me at least finish what I'm saying before you start saying the stupid shit. Like I was saying, he has never called me the N-word, and you guys love to, for some reason, hold on to the fact that Dean said the N-word when he was, 14 years old? Sure, he did. But there's a difference between currently actively being racist versus saying or doing something racist and actively looking to make up for that throughout the history of their life. So if we're going to hold someone who was 14 years old accountable for things that they said while they were 14, then, like, I don't know what the fuck we're doing. Because if you hold me to anything that I said or did when I was 14 or 16 or hell, even 21 or 24, then I would be in the worst position on earth. So you coming up here trying to actually use that as a gotcha is, like, really, really fucking insane. All right, give you the floor. It's your turn to speak. Did you want to say something else about that, or did you try to move on to the Democratic Party?
I mean, whatever, man. I just think that it's just basically a cop-out to avoid accountability. I mean, why do we charge kids as adults? I mean, for murder and stuff like that. But, they go off on racist. They go off on racist tangents.
Did Dean murder someone? Did Dean murder someone?
I mean, he must have murdered your butt because you're his butt buddy, right?
There you go. And you guys always go to, like, calling people gay like that's like a bad thing. Like, being gay is a bad thing. Like, first and foremost, whoever I do or don't have sex with is my own business. But I'm married, right? So I have sex with my wife.
Right. So
but
stop having sex with Dean. Have sex with your wife.
Listen, impulse control. I let you say the weird shit, but I'm going to continue to actually finish what I'm saying. Like, you guys come up here and then you say things that is, like, disparaging of gay people as if it's wrong to be gay. Like, you guys exemplify the stupidity that it is to just be like two brain cells that are in race for the fucking third place. It's so weird. It's so weird that you sit here and throw, like, oh, you're gay out as it being a bad thing. Like, that's fucking weird. Do people come up here and say, like, oh, you're straight? No, that's me. Oh, you do that because you're straight. Like, that's so fucking stupid. Like legitimately, do you have any type of coherent thoughts in your mind, or is it that you're just so infatuated with Dean, which you obviously are because that's your entire personality on your profile picture? Do you have any coherent thought that has nothing to do with Dean? Just one.
Yeah. You're a holdover until the illegal immigrant Muslims will move in from Wakanda to take over the broken society and vote for.
Boom. Spamming all the stupid shit that he knows. You don't know anything. Like the wildest shit is that he just spams stupid shit. Like I promise you guys, I promise you, if I could just live in that realm of mediocrity and stupidity just for a little while, it has to be the most pleasant like life to ever live, when you don't even have to worry about being intelligent, when you can just be stupid and say stupid shit as much as you want. Like that's just wild. Like you don't want to be better than what you are. Like you don't want to be better in any way than what you are.
Was that a rhetorical question?
I guess so. I guess it is a rhetorical question. The answer is no. You don't want to be better in any way. Hey, do me a favor. Say something smart.
Trump's not racist for depicting Michelle like a monkey, because I mean Dean looks like a monkey. He looks like Goku gave up on his last transformation.
Okay.
I mean, he looks like
I
Data
said say
Yugi.
something smart.
He looks like
I
Ellen
said,
DeGeneres.
listen,
When you defend this little
listen,
twink.
oh my God, you're in love with Dean. I get it. What the fuck?
You're defending
Wait,
this little...
if you are so in love with Dean, then go talk to Dean. You came over here to tell me how much you love Dean. Like, what is it? You're so infatuated. Listen, I know. You're so jealous that you're not Dean Withers. You're so jealous that you're not Dean. Like, it's fucking weird how infatuated you guys are with him. Like, holy shit, you make this your entire personality. No, I don't. I don't want to know what's funny. I just want you to know that it's sad. And now I got to remove you because, like, you fucking got a violation. Guys, one, we don't report. If you're here and you made a decision on report, don't do that. Don't do that. We do not report here. That does nothing but harm the live as a whole. I can handle it. Allow me to have the conversations. I promise you I got it taken care of. But the point that I'm trying to get across is for people, like when you make someone else, it doesn't matter if it's Dean, like if it's anyone else and you make them your entire personality, it's fucking weird. Like it's when they make Trump their entire personality, it's fucking weird. Like, what are we doing? And he requested up and then like he got dropped and then came back up just so he could do that. Like, what the fuck are we even doing? They're so weird. Holy shit. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on. Yes, he definitely needs therapy. He definitely needs to go see a therapist. And that whole tokenization point is just weird. Like they lean on that shit. I don't think this person's gonna load. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates.
Okay, the only thing I want to say is that I did quick search. I'm sorry for what I came up and said before. I did a tiny bit of research. I am understanding why your background says what it says. And I do actually agree that the whole reason I came up before is because I felt that removing an entire race from power was just a bit like stereotyping, but after search, I am realizing that it is not stereotyping because it is a long bit of history. So
right, and again, I'm not advocating for removing an entire race. I'm only advocating for removing white men. That's why I said white women for sure, because like when you talk about the different people that have been marginalized, white women, women as a whole are a marginalized group. So white women would fall within that marginalization. Then you start talking about intersectionality and where they fall within intersectionality. That's different, but like that's where we're going.
Yes, no, I do agree that women would make really good leaders. But yeah, no, I do try to keep an open mind. So okay. I think coming onto this was really a mind opening, and I just want to thank you for that.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Guys, Jay is back. We got Jay back over on YouTube. We're going to bring Jay back in. Jay, give me a second. We're going to get you back up here. Let me say thank you to a couple of quick people. Jay is back. W's in the chat for Sid for the $10 super chat to say, it's about who has held the steering wheel, the ship that the U.S. has been helmed by people who happen to be white and happen to be men. It's about power. Am I wrong? That's completely right. Like, that's literally what it is. W's in the chat for Sammy for the $5 super chat to say, it's never too late to learn how to love and forget how to hate. Ozzy Osbourne, more people need to live by this. I agree. W's in chat for Outcast for the $9.99 super chat to say tokenization is bringing something to increase the odds. People bring up the fact that they had blank to counter blank. It's tokenizing and not unique to race. It's just race often uses the excuse to grandstand. I completely agree. Like, you can tokenize and not be talking about race, and that's the entire point. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Welcome back, Jay.
Sorry, wait. I apologize. I wasn't expecting to just come up like that.
Okay, no worries. Guys, 1.7 thousand people hanging out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up over on TikTok to 300,000 likes. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up. We should have as many likes, as many thumbs up as we do have people watching. Over on Twitch, W's in the chat for Happy Bell, who had a 10 stream streak. W's in the chat for Lotus, who has a 20 stream streak. W's in the chat for Ghost Pepper, who has a 5 stream streak. And W's in the chat for MoJays8, who just hit that follow button. Make sure you follow me over on Twitch. We're on our way to 2,000. Over on Instagram, what's going over on Instagram? I see there's people watching. Do you think you'll ever make it at the beginning to say? Yep. We got it at the very beginning. That's where we play the song, and then absolutely then. W's in the chat, guys. Make sure you follow me across all platforms at Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You at all platforms. And if you like to support the live, that's how you can do so as well. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. All right, Jay, good?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry. I was just finishing my breakfast. So, point of clarification. And I read a lot of the super chats, even though it was against my better judgment. I didn't mean to point out the alleged tokenization of Dean and Parker. The only reason I even brought that up is because he said I was tokenizing women that I dated in the past, which I was going to not bring that up because I specifically thought you would say that. The only reason I did was I was trying to explain that they're antithetical to the fact that Jasmine Crockett wasn't elected because she's boisterous. It wasn't. Does that make sense? And I'm not even going to address some of the stuff that the chat has said directly about me. That's fine. People can say what they want. I'm not a snowflake. I'm a United States Marine veteran with 2 tours in Afghanistan. That's kind of why I came up here to talk. Because, I have a little bit more experience in life. I'm 36, than a lot of people, and I don't melt like a little snowflake. But the second I even responded to anybody in the chat, your mods muted me. And I didn't say anything bad. I just said I wasn't upset, and they muted me for the entire day, which I think is crazy. Now, the point of clarification, I know this is long-winded, so thank you, is I get your tenet. I get what you're expressing. Where does it end? Where's the slippery slope end, Santana? Because I'm Scandinavian, right? My people came over here right before World War II. My grandfather fought in World War II. It's kind of how they gained their citizenship, right? So I didn't even have a hand in any of the crap that this country started. So how much whiteness is too much whiteness, right? So somebody who's half Hispanic, are they too white to be in power as a man?
Hispanic is not a race.
Somebody who's half black. Maybe they got a black mom and a white dad. Oh,
you mean
sorry.
biracial?
Biracial, yeah. So it's being biracial,
wait,
but
so
too white.
This is how you answer your question.
Is it?
This is how you answer your question.
Race.
This is how you answer your question,
right?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize.
But you saying that you're Scandinavian, that means nothing in the sense of race. You saying someone's quote unquote half black, that means nothing in the sense of race. What race is the socially acceptable categorization of phenotypical traits that was created for the othering of non-white people to create a free and cheap labor class. So when you talk about the actual race of a person, it's how you present to the world, right?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do you think it's still that now?
Yes.
Now, I'm not arguing that's how it started, but do you think it's still that now?
Yes. That's literally what race is.
Okay. So at what point is it not?
What up, Swan?
You know what I mean? Like,
what point is it?
Like,
what?
I'm not establishing race. To
Wait, I'm sorry. I
races
missed what you said because I was saying hi to someone. Can you say that again? What point? What?
What point is it not? Because like when me personally in my life, I don't other people to create a cheap and free labor class. I work my fucking ass off. I have, you know, like I'm not doing any.
It's not personal to you. Like that's the point that people need to get across. Like this isn't something that we're saying that's individually personal. And when people take it as something that's individually personal, like that's the problem. This is how it is set up as a society.
People? What about biracial people? Because if somebody is more white on a color spectrum, at what point, Santana, do you go, hey, this guy's too many shades to the light. He can't be a political figure. No. You know what I mean? That is a slippery slope, and it's not, in my opinion,
it's not. No one's doing a brown paper bag test. Like that's not what I'm saying.
Well, give me an example. It's your premise.
I'm trying to tell you right now. I'm trying to tell you right now.
Okay.
It's not about the quote unquote shades or degrees. It's about how do you present to the world your race. Your race is based off of those phenotypical characteristics. And so if you present to the world as a white man, then I'm talking about you. If you present to the world other than anything else other than a white man, no matter if you're biracial, if you present as anything other than a white man, then I'm not talking about you. Like
that's subjective to the individual and the external people as well. It's like, what? Come on, that you need to change that. If you want to say take men out of power, fine. But if you,
I don't.
Okay, so biracial, where's it end?
You know,
where does it end?
I've literally just told you where it starts and ends. But don't worry, I got you. I'm going to show you something.
I know a lot of white people who have like Hispanic heritage, who like don't look very anything other than like they look like white. But they're in Hispanic family. Like, what do you?
Yeah,
what do you
because
expect
Hispanic is not a race. That's what I keep saying.
Okay. So, oh my goodness.
Like that, I keep trying to break that down
If I decide right now that with my Danish heritage, that I like feel like, you know, I do have a tiny bit of, you know, like you can't tell me who I am.
I'm not trying to tell you who you are. Like I think
are though.
I'm literally not. I'm
classifying white as this huge thing, right?
Just because you feel uncomfortable with it doesn't make that. Just because you feel uncomfortable, just because you feel uncomfortable with it doesn't mean that it's not true.
No. It's a safe space. I don't feel uncomfortable with the premise. I think it's backwards.
I hear you.
I understand your intent.
It's not about intent. It's about what we're actually talking about. Like this is wild.
You have no way to say that someone's whiteness is going to to steer the ship, so to speak. That someone's whiteness at that level, that they decide that they're a white person or they're not a white person.
They don't decide. No one gets to decide whether they're a white person or not. That's not how it works.
Then who did?
Society, because that's how race works.
My buddy who's like got darker skin, who
oh my God,
what are
you're being willfully obtuse at this point. Like stop for a second, just stop, because like
it's not though. It's really not. I honestly,
can you stop? Can you like literally? I don't want to mute you. I'm just saying stop for a second, because like I think that at this point, like I'm trying to help you out, and I'm gonna actually show you something. And then we can talk about that, because again, at this point, like you're being woefully obtuse, and that's not beneficial to anyone.
I disagree.
So, yeah, I know you disagree. Like that's the entire point of you being up here.
I disagree with me being willfully obtuse. I think that you're being willfully not.
That's fine. That's fine. All right, I'm gonna put an image on the screen, and I want you to tell me. Actually, let me put it over here first. Give me a second. I want you to tell me what you see in this actual image, right? 1 second here.
Like I love your content. I love you, Dean and Parker. I fucking am very much on your side of history, but I feel like sometimes
that's fine. I mean, like
like
you saying that
I feel like phraseology.
You saying that you're on our side, like that doesn't absolve you from like what we're talking about, and that's the point that I'm getting to.
Yeah, but I don't think people get to just lump everyone into the same category because you don't know my history.
It's not about knowing your history. It's about society. You're literally arguing against how society actually determine these things. Like you're not arguing against me.
That society
That's fine.
Set
That's
like
fine.
A standard.
Stop for a second.
But modifying.
Stop for a second. Stop for a second.
All right.
What do you see right here? Do you know who this is?
I know. I have no idea.
Okay, it's Lenny Kravitz. You know who Lenny Kravitz is?
The musician, I believe.
Yes.
Honestly, I'm paying most attention to his mesh shirt.
Okay, that's fine. Lenny Kravitz, would you say that he is what race would you say he is?
Biracial?
That's not a race. There's 5 racial categories.
And I feel like that needs to be.
I don't care what you feel. That's not one of the 5 categories of race that we have classified in the U.S. What race would you say he is?
I mean, honestly, I can't in good
faith. Yes, you can. And you just don't want to say it because you don't want to actually engage with it. You're being willfully dishonest now. You started to say it and then you stopped.
So what does Hispanic fall under?
Hispanic is not a race.
Okay, so what would you call a Hispanic person? They don't exist?
It depends on how they present. Again, I need you, Jay. The races are
Hispanic under the classification is Caucasian, correct?
Jay, you can be black and Hispanic. You can be white and Hispanic.
Okay. So
what race would you say Lenny Kravitz is?
He's white and Hispanic.
You think that he's white?
Yes. White and Hispanic, yes. Cuban, maybe?
I'm muting you. Cuban is a nationality. You're being willfully dishonest because the way that a white Hispanic man presents as a white person, you're literally doing that shit intentional because you don't want to actually engage with the truth. Like you're literally doing this on purpose. So you're telling me that when you look at this picture, you see a white man. Hold on, I'm sending you a request. You see a white man when you look at this picture.
I see a Hispanic man.
No. Again, Hispanic is not a race. The 2 races that we're looking at, white or black.
So you
would you say
put
Jay?
2 races down.
Jay,
there's
would you
5
say
races?
Yes, and Hispanic is not one.
Anything, he looks closer to even Chinese than just black.
Chinese isn't a race either.
Okay, Asian then, but like
so he looks Asian.
Yeah, if anything.
You are disingenuous as fuck.
Dude, are you kidding me?
So, okay, that's fine. So he looks Asian. Got it. What about this guy? You tell me what race is he? Sorry, what race is he?
He's clearly white.
Oh, why is he clearly white?
Because he's got ginger hair, right? Doesn't he?
No.
Oh, it looks like it is.
Why is he not Asian?
I mean, he could be.
What? But why didn't you say that he's Asian?
Because he's like clearly like white.
Oh, okay. No, he's biracial. See, the funny thing about this is logic.
That's why I said he could be.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Stop. This is logic. Logic is biracial. Logic has an actual one parent that's black, one parent that's white. This is Lenny Kravitz. And Lenny Kravitz is biracial as well. One parent that's white, one parent that's black. The difference that you see between them is based off of how they present. It's based off of their phenotypical characteristics. You see one you see a white man, one you see a black man, even though you tried to willfully pretend as if you didn't see a black man. And it's based off of race.
My brother is half Chinese, but he's almost as white as me. What do you have to fucking say about that?
He's a white man.
What? Come on, dude.
Chinese isn't
this
a
guy
race.
Can be biracial, but my brother can't be. Are you fucking
Chinese is not a race. What the fuck are you talking about, Jay?
Asian.
Exactly.
You know what I
you keep
fucking
saying
mean.
Chinese.
Asian.
No, because there's multiple
Okay,
types
my
of
brother
Asian.
is my brother.
Stop. Fucking stop. Hi, Swan. Floor is yours.
Hey, Santana. All right, what's his name? The guest.
It's Jay.
All right, Jay. Is he still there? I don't know.
Yeah, he is. Sorry, I'm fixing the actual layout. I got him muted though. Just let me know if you want to have me take him off of mute. Sorry.
Yeah, you can take him off of mute. Yeah. So Jay, I think one thing I've observed during this is that you ask Santana a question, and then once he starts answering you, you keep cutting him off, and then jumping to another question. So it's difficult for him to try and communicate and answer and respond to your questions because of that. So I'm just gonna ask that we go one at a time, right? So we can understand each other.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
All right. So let me ask you, do you know, can you define race? And if you can't, it's okay. Like, there's no shame in saying you don't know.
It is a term created by, I believe, that explorer or whatever for the othering of non-white people.
So when we define race as instead of racism, just race, right? Your race would be superficial set of physical characteristics that a society would deem to be important, right? And not solely based on like your looks or your skin color, because we know that there are groups, right, that have been classified as white that took place in a courtroom, right? People who are Middle Eastern and North African, legally, they were legally classified as white, right? So it's not just solely about like your skin color. Now, when we talk about nationality, what would that be?
Your location.
Where you were born. Nationality would be where you were born, right?
And then, I mean, are we specifically where you're born? Because like I said, my brother, his mother hails from China and is Asian. My father is 100% Danish from Denmark, but he's white. So they made a biracial baby who my brother, I mean, he could choose. I mean, what? At what point?
Jay, real quick. Hold on, Jay, real quick. Before we go too far away. So nationality is going to be where you're born, right? The country you're born in. Now, when we talk about ethnicity, that would just be more so like the language you speak, your culture, traditions that you have, like, right? So there's a difference between those three things, right? And I think that what's important to understand is that when we talk about how race works, we get it is very complicated. But I think I'm guessing which topic? Oh, remove white men from power. Do you know what whiteness is?
Whiteness?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in that context, just the word whiteness? No. my whiteness? I mean, like, I feel, I honestly, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I appreciate your honesty. I do appreciate your honesty because that makes it so much easier. When we talk about whiteness, we're talking about a social class, right? That's the racial category that's at the top of a racial hierarchy. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be at the top of the racial hierarchy. Now, there are systems that were created, right, that all work together and interlock and intertwine to afford white people privilege through the exploitation of non-white people, right?
Right. And I'm not arguing against that at all.
Yeah. So I think with the topic, right, because when we take a look at how the United States has functioned from before its inception all the way up until today, we have seen that white men, right, essentially have dominated in all areas of society. And that is because
I agree with that, correct.
Right. And that is because of racism, right? So I think the whole
100% agree with that.
Yeah, the whole point of the prompt is to understand how important it is, right? To number one, remove them, right? We've gotta white men gotta tone it down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Gotta learn some humanity.
Can I interject and say it might
let me finish real quick, and then I'll pass it to you. Right? It's about understanding that there are people groups in this country who have intentionally been kept away from certain opportunities. Right? People that would do a damn good job if they stepped into these roles, and there's nothing wrong with that because it's. Yeah, but hold on, let me finish, because it's beneficial for everybody in society. There's nothing wrong with that. But go ahead, you can respond.
So I would say that would it not be more beneficial to change the terminology of this premise then?
No.
I don't get to talk.
No, I've answered the question. Listen, you can keep talking about wanting to change the words. No, we're not changing the words because I literally, you know what I mean. And if you disagree with the meaning, then attack the meaning, but just changing the words.
I don't disagree with the meaning.
Then
I'm saying you're triggering people and rage baiting them.
Okay, no one has the right to comfort. You don't have the right to comfort.
There's a general misunderstanding.
Then the misunderstanding's on your point. You don't have the right to comfort.
No, not mine. Everyone else is. When they come into this debate and they debate in bad faith because they don't understand what you're trying to say because it feels like a personal attack on their
I don't care about the fifis. Go ahead, Swan.
That's fine. You don't have
Go
to,
ahead, Swan.
Santana. I'm just saying you get better results.
Go ahead, Swan.
Jay.
What?
I think
next ad hom.
Go ahead, Swan.
Jay. Are you triggered?
In the sense that he's not debating in good faith. That's the only sense I'm triggered in.
I'm not asking about that.
Because he doesn't understand. When you have a position of power, you have a responsibility to debate in good faith.
Yeah, Jay, are you triggered right now?
I'm triggered in a sense where I'm upset.
Why are you upset?
That I feel unheard and misunderstood and misrepresented to thousands of people.
You're representing yourself.
No.
Yeah, is that as a result of the conversation that you're having here right now, or is that because of the topic?
Now. No, you've been very concise and you're able to articulate his meaning without making it a race attack. Does that make sense?
I'll be all the way honest. Santana's probably one of the most patient people I know.
I know.
Like he will So
that's why it's upsetting.
Jay, I don't think it's fair for you to make those accusations about Santana, right? Because think about this
system of white men.
Sorry, I'm muting you, Jay. Swan, can you give me 1 second? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let you finish. Jay, I don't give a fuck about your feelings, and I'm being completely honest. When it comes to this topic, it's worded the way that it's worded to get straight to the point. And the point is we need to remove white men from power. Now, anyone that disagrees with that, they can be friendly, they can be opposition, but they can come up and they can challenge the premise. And once they challenge the premise, either they agree or they disagree, and then we go from there. If you're saying that you agree with the premise, but you disagree with the wording, then that's you wanting a right to comfort because you are a white man and you don't like how it makes you feel when you see the words remove white men from power. I don't care about the right to comfort. Just like I have advocated for removing all men from power, I don't care how that makes people feel. It's the premise behind what I'm saying. So that's my entire point. I'm going to give it back to you and Swan. I'm going to take you off mute, but I'm going to let Swan finish what she's saying and you guys can finish your conversation. But you sitting here wanting me to change the way that I'm saying is not going to happen. Go ahead, Swan.
Yeah, I think it's just a reality and understanding like white men being in power is something that has taken opportunities away from other people intentionally. And that needs to change. I think that this is not about rage baiting anybody. The truth is uncomfortable. It's always going to be uncomfortable. You got to sit in the uncomfortability, right? But also understand that while seeing the topic may trigger a white person, imagine, right? Every single thing that you do in life, right? You're pushed to the margins of society. Imagine that, right? As a Black woman, right? When I go to a hospital to give birth, I'm 3 times more likely to unalive during the process, right? Now, would you rather see, now let me ask you a question. Would you rather be in the position of like you having a high unaliving rate going to give birth to your baby? Or would you much rather scroll into a TikTok live and see a topic that says remove white men from power? Which one would you rather take on?
Well, obviously the latter.
Exactly. You would much rather see a TikTok live where there's a topic that says remove white men from power, right? Meanwhile, you're triggered by that, but there are people, right, who are dealing with things that you would never have to deal with because of your race, right? Now, here's the other part to all of this. Here's the other part to all of this. And this is a PSA to every white person listening in here, right? We've got to stop saying, oh, well, this was created a long time ago. Why should I be held accountable, right? When the reality is that white people consistently have fought to preserve their whiteness, right? Because people can say, oh, well, it started years ago. Well, why didn't it end with the next generation? Why didn't it end with the generation after that? Why didn't it end with the generation after that? Why didn't it end with the generation after that? What we have seen is that white people en masse have consistently preserved white supremacy, right? And what you are going to see in response to that is people fighting to be treated like human beings. That is a natural response, right, to racism and to white supremacy, right? So I think that if you want to have good intentions, if you want to understand, and if you don't want to be a part of the problem or perpetuating the issue, then this is something that you're going to have to educate yourself on. And that's just it. And understand that it's okay to educate yourself. It's okay to see the humanity in other people. It is okay to have equity in society when it comes to a person who's marginalized, whether that be on the basis of race, on the basis of having a disability, their gender identity, their sexuality, their religion,
And
right? Their income level. But here's the hold on, but Jay, hold on. But the problem is that when I started engaging with you, you said that Santana was rage baiting. Santana's not rage baiting. Here in the United States, the perfect example, right, that I could give you. How many black presidents have we had?
Just the one. And he was fantastic.
And do you think that that's like proportionate, right?
No,
to our
population,
right? Exactly. Right.
Of course not.
So then the prompt. Hold on.
But
wait a minute. Let me finish. Jay.
The turning
Jay,
point in America.
Jay, I'm almost done. Let me finish.
I muted you.
Yeah. So like you being triggered about seeing the prompt, knowing that when it comes to just the presidents alone, right? We've only seen one. That's what should trigger you. You should be triggered, right, by the fact that you live amongst people whose material conditions are in the drain because they belong to a marginalized community. That's it. That's what should trigger people. Not seeing this prompt up on the screen, right? It should trigger you that 2.2 million people here in the United States don't have running water. That triggers me. It should trigger you that in the United States, we throw away more food than what we actually consume. And people are starving. Children are starving, right? It should trigger you, right, that the life expectancy of a black trans woman is 30 to 35 years old. Those things should trigger you, right?
They do. They do.
But hold on. Because you owe Santana an apology.
He doesn't.
Right?
No. It's fine, Swan. I mean, I don't want him to apologize.
I hear you.
Like, he can apologize to the chat or whatever, but like, I don't take it personal.
Yeah. Well, no, I know you don't. But I think it's very disingenuous of Jay coming up here saying that he's being rage baited when that's not the case, right? We're talking about real injustices that negatively impact people's material conditions. This is not about rage baiting anybody. If you see this as rage bait, no one understand that you are a part of the problem and you're gonna get this pushback anytime you have that type of mentality towards these types of discussions. And that's it. I'll just land there for now.
I can understand that. And I don't mean to come at him in a sense. I guess it's not. I guess it's not truly rage bait. I think it's upsetting to me because when I think of myself, it's antithetical to who I am as a person. And I feel like that's why in some of his debates he's had with people that you get this emotional response. It's because, yeah, there's a guilt there. You know, even though they had no hand in things, there's a guilt there. They live in a system that's terrible. And I'm arguing against that system. I feel like the phraseology can upset people, and I understand he doesn't protect people's feelings in that regard. I get that. I was honestly just trying to debate in good faith and say that he might get a more understood response, and some of these people coming in and maybe getting that, like the way you just articulated everything was very peaceful, and you came from a point. You know, I know that you guys have different styles, and I appreciate both of you and how you articulated that. I feel like you get a better response. That's all I was trying to say.
JJ, I am going to stop you there because I'm just coming into the conversation, right? You've never been in my space, because probably in about 5 more minutes, if you were engaging with Santana the way that you were when I first came in, if you were engaging with me that way, we probably would have been playing mute words and I would have been cussing your mother out. So I'm being all the way honest, right? I'm just coming into this. Santana's been patient with you.
Yeah. Also, I want to do this. I don't think Ari's still watching. Ari, if you're watching, check your Discord, or if anyone can get Ari a direct message and tell her to check the message that I just sent her on Discord. Like I sent her a Discord message. Hopefully she's watching and she sees this. I have something that I do want to actually cover, but 2 seconds. Ari's live. Can someone just pop in just for a second and just tell her to take a look at the Discord message I just sent? Perfect. Thank you, Swan. Let me say a couple of quick thank yous. Thank yous in the chat for Valerie for the $20 donation, saying thank you so much for fighting the good fight. Please know how much it means to the ones that grow weary in times such as these. Love you much. I love you too, Valerie. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. W's in the chat for Manders for the $1 donation, saying, hey, Jay, if you shut up and let Santana finish instead of waiting for your chance to interrupt, you might learn something. Your privilege is showing. That is privilege. That was in the chat for Michael for the $10 donation, saying, "Guests, please let down your guard, listen, and realize the opportunity to learn." Right? That was in the chat for Brittany for the $5 donation, saying, "I call up my own white ass mama when she's talking about I have black kids. Call her. It isn't special. Stop flipping, whining." Read a book. Library cards are free. Stop tokenizing us. And this is why liberal white men are so dangerous. Sign a biracial woman. And W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, saying he's taking this way too personal. That's what happens. W's in the chat for Amber for the $1 donation, saying white 48-year-old vet with 3 deployments, because that matters to this guy. I used to be the quote unquote, I'm only the 2nd, 3rd generation, so why do I have to take the blame for racism and slavery? And I said that when I was stupid. I was a stupid AWS teenager. I get it. W's in the chat for Nicholas for the $5 donation, saying, as a white woman, there's clearly selfish parts of me that react to the prompt, but also as someone with eyes, I can look around America and society and think, yeah, Santana has a point. W's in the chat for Sandra for the $5 donation, saying, hell no, not white tears. W's in the chat for L for the $10 donation, saying a lack of introspection is crazy. Yep. W's in the chat for Vicky for the $8 donation, saying stop censoring yourself. It's not about you. W's in the chat for Tip for the $5 donation, saying guess has the same mentality as white parents not wanting their children taught about slavery and other atrocities committed by white people. It doesn't help to move the needle. That's absolutely true. W's in the chat for Trey for the $5 super chat, say, bro, no offense, but a lot of Hispanics, as you say, a lot of Hispanics, as you say, are white as well. That's what I was trying to get across. W's in the chat for Papa Willie for the $5 super chat to say, the longer Jay talks, the more the joke about Marines not being Very smart. Starts to look like truth. W's in the chat for a leap for the $2 super
That's
chat.
rude. That's rude, bro.
Yeah, I'm just reading super chats off. For the love of
No,
God,
but
look
let's,
up what
don't
Hispanic
be an
is, Jay.
idiot. Not you, but them.
W's in the
That's
chat for
rude,
1B
man.
carry for the $5 super chat to say this dude is
I
whining
fought for
about
this
his
country.
feelings as a white.
Like, come on.
His feelings as white fragility and exactly why white men need to be removed from power. W's in the chat for Blue Bonnet for the $5 super chat to say I'm a baby boomer. I call myself. I don't think I'm gonna say that, and now I'm not sure why. I appreciate being educated. Thank you, Santana. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, guys, while Swan is up here, make sure we're showing Swan some love. Please, please, please make sure that we're showing Swan some love. Make sure that we're following Swan. Make sure we are gifting Swan. And I know her pay links are running in and her pay links. Guys, can we make sure Swan's pay links are in the poll in the bio? Please, please, please show Swan some love. W's in the chat. Jay, all right. I want to show you something. And this is what I'm talking about when I say people don't have a right to comfort. So one of my favorite spaces to be in is Ari's, right? And this is Ari's background. Second here. So this is Ari's background, right? Can you see that?
I can't wait. I can't. Hold on, I can't see it.
Hold on.
Oh.
One second. All right. So I'm going to put this there, and then I'm going to put it here over on YouTube so you can see it as well. All right. So this is Ari's background. Let me move this. All right. You see what that says? Jay? Jay, are you there?
No way he ran.
No, I don't know if it's, hold on a second. I don't know what happened. He's here, but he's not here. Jay? I think he's gone. Let's try dropping him off and then adding him back. Yep, he left. He left. Okay. I'll go ahead and make this point. The reason why I have this up, right, is because this is Ari's background. This is one of my favorite spaces to spend time in. And her background says men's fragility. And it talks about it's all men, even the good ones. Men aren't protectors. All masculinity is toxic masculinity. Christianity upholds oppression. Black people can't be racist, and rejection therapy. And when I see these things on the background and specifically talking about men, and I am a man, and I spend this time in here, I don't get offended. I don't get triggered by the background that Ari has because she's talking about men and I am a man. I understand what she's saying, why she's saying, and even more so, I understand that that's the truth. That's the reality. And even though I may feel like I'm quote unquote a good one or whatever the case may be, like it's not illogical and it's not personal. right? It's not personal to me. It's literally speaking to who we are as a whole. Jay's back. All right, Jay, can you see that?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. My wife called. She's gonna be here in 8 minutes. I gotta help her with something, so we gotta make this quick.
Okay, really quick. Can you see Ari's background?
Can you make the words a little bit bigger? My phone's fucking tiny. Oh wait, I turned sideways. It's all men, even the good one. Christianity upholds oppression. Agreed. Black people can't be racist. Rejection therapy. What?
Yeah. So you see her background.
Whoa! What the fuck? You have like you sound like a chipmunk right now. Talk again.
That's
what the fuck?
That's your sound.
Yeah,
you might have to
like
drop
Alvin
and come
and
back.
Chipmunks, dog.
I hear it. Try coming right back in. I'm gonna drop you. It might have been the call that messed things up. How you doing today, Swan?
You know, I'm hanging in there. How are you?
Swan, some motherfuckers love ice skating uphill.
Yeah.
Guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you're over on, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. I don't know if he's going to come back.
I think the chat was looking for Ari's username. I'm going to put it in the chat for anybody looking for her username, so you guys can give her a follow.
Absolutely. Hi, dude. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Definitely not a Trump supporter. I've been listening to the conversation, especially with Jay. I had some very choice words for him. But since he's here, I won't say him. I guess I would say I mostly find myself, the longer I've listened to like your lives, I feel like I disagree more.
Okay. Which point do you disagree with the most on the background? Where do you like to start?
It's not the background per se. I feel like we get to similar conclusions with, how do I say this? Vastly differing means. And I just don't know. I really don't know. Like, sorry, truthfully, I had a way better point and more collected thoughts before Jay's stuff, before he just started saying his whole thing really had me frustrated. I will say that. I'm trying to figure out. Do you want to maybe thank somebody so
Sure.
and all that before
Give me a
collect my
second.
thoughts?
W's in the chat for Haley for the $1 donation, saying, as a white woman from the South with a degree in race and ethnic relations, I want to badly engage with these conversations, but also understand there's a space for me to sit down and shut up. I would just give my comments as a small monetary donation. LOL, single mom. I stay broke. W's in the chat for Haley. Thank you so much for that $1 donation. Nothing is ever too small. I appreciate you, but also, like, it means a lot that people who take the time to study this and understand where we're coming from have the position that they do. So W's in the chat for you. W's in the chat for Shayla for the $2 donation. Saying, I think it would be nice to emphasize a bit and get to understand the point and hear his thoughts out, and maybe have just got to know what's the core argument. I want to see you continue to grow. Yeah, listen, like the core argument was he didn't like the way that I was wording it. He said that he didn't disagree with the point. He just didn't like the way that I said the point. And the point that I was responding to over and over and over to that is, you don't have the right to comfort. I'm sorry. Like, the actual wording may make you feel uncomfortable, but if you're not attacking the premise behind it, then like I don't know what to do with that. Like, it's just the words that make you feel uncomfortable, and that's just the fifis. So I don't know. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, guys, Swan is up here. Swan is up here. Please, please, please make sure we're taking care of Swan. Show Swan some love. Make sure we are hitting the follow button and also hitting Swan's pay links. They're running in the poll in the bio. So make sure that we're showing Swan some love. Dude, G to G?
So are we good?
Yeah, I was checking with you. Are you good to go?
Yeah. And I apologize for that.
No worries.
So I wanted to bring up a point about, I mean, with all of these conversations that I've been listening to this morning have been about race.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, like, I want to compare this to the way we talk about marriage,
Mm-hmm.
in that there was a time once when people would say that the definition of marriage was one white man and one white woman, and and all that silliness.
Mm-hmm.
We have since come to recognize that marriage is, the definition I think people would use now is a legal union between people, that kind of thing. So I guess my question is, the definition that we have for race seems to do nothing useful, nothing helpful for people, in my opinion, and just based on what I'm seeing. So why should we continue to use it?
I don't lean on the definition. I lean on the functionality and the purpose. People continue to use the definition because they are simplistic in their understanding of the topic. And the reason why we keep talking about race is because for some reason, when people see remove white men from power, they think that it's based off of race, when it's not based off of race. It's based off of historical information, data, and an actual outlook on our country and the issues that we're facing. So, like, the people keep bringing it back to race, but the point isn't about race. And even more so, the reason why we keep leaning on the definition is because that's what most of them think they know. And even with the definition, they just say it's skin color. So,
and just real quick, am I echoing? Is the audio good? It looks like I'm.
No,
okay.
You're good. Do you hear echo?
No, I just see the thing lighten up as though I'm talking when you're talking, and I don't want to make a bad listening experience.
No, the way that I have it set up, you're playing through my mic, and that's why like we can't overtalk each other.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and it's like, I get that people are doing that, and I get that people are. It's like, yeah, I get that's a thing that people do, but much like using ableist slurs, we don't have to do that. We can change, we can grow. So, like, I get. Me personally, I would just say, like, what are we even using this to begin with? You know what I mean?
I'm trying to understand, are you disagreeing with the topic, or are you saying that did you want to talk about how things are being said? I'm confused as far as what you're getting at.
Yeah, no, and I'm not being terribly articulate. So, my apologies for that. I guess it just seems to be that the hang up is on the racial part of white men being removed from power. And so to those people, if I were sitting in your chair, I would turn and say to those people, well, okay. I guess I don't want to presume or speak for you or anything. I don't know. I would just be like, okay, what about, let's start with narcissists and get all the narcissists out of office. Start there. Get all the sociopaths, get those out of office.
Wait, so again, I'm trying to understand, did you come up because you disagree with the point, or did you want to talk about the way that it's worded?
It's not about the way that it's worded. I mean, because I don't want to, it's kind of more meta, although I don't know.
Well, let's start here. Do you agree with the point?
With specifically just the 5 words, remove white men from power? No, I wouldn't say I agree with that.
Okay, tell me why you disagree with removing white men from power.
Well, because what I see from that is, okay, so Pam Bondi should get her job back. Kash Patel should keep his job. Who else? Just a couple of examples, you know what I'm saying? And that seems crazy to me. Like, that seems, or, well, I don't know if you guys say that here, but I would say Kash Patel is entirely unqualified, no matter how not white he is. And Pam Bondi is entirely unqualified, no matter how not man she is. You see what I'm saying? Does that?
Yeah,
and
but
I realize I'm
the
not
point
doing
on the
great here.
background isn't advocating for anyone specific. Like that's not advocating for, you know, an Indian man in Cash Patel to I'm sorry, Asian man in Cash Patel to keep his job, or a white woman in Pam Bondi to get her job back. This is solely based off of the premise as far as who has driven our country over the entire history of our country and where we are today as a whole. So I'm not advocating for one specific group of people to take power or any specific people to be in power. I'm just saying that we understand where the issue has derived from, and looking at where we are as far as going off of that existential cliff. If we continue to allow the people that have been in power to hold power, then there's no way that we can change course. So like, that's the point. I'm not advocating for anyone to gain power. I'm just advocating for the removal of the people who have had the power.
And I hear you in like, in a broad sense, that does make sense. But then it's like, okay, let me bring that into reality. And then it's like, okay, so what we have to do is get, you know, people like, as far as I know, the most exemplary white man politician might be Bernie Sanders. I don't know if you agree with that.
Take him out of power too.
Oh yeah, no, and I understand that that would be a result of this, and I that's why I'm saying, like, I don't like there. Okay. Here I think is my question: is whiteness specifically the problem?
No, because if whiteness was specifically the problem, then it would say remove white people from power, not white men.
Right. Okay. So
the problem I have is that, like, when people come up here and they debate this, they just completely forget the fact that white women exist. And I'm not saying white women are absolved. I'm not saying white women don't have a role to play. I'm not saying that. And I've even told the white women here, like, at some point soon, we're going to have the conversation about white women and the role that they've played in upholding, you know, white supremacy and all this other stuff. But at this very moment, I'm focusing on the people that have had power, and that's white men. And so, like, I say white men, and then people come up and debate as if white women don't actually exist. And they say, oh, you're removing an entire race. I'm like, no, we're not removing an entire race, because, again, white women still exist. It's just most people who are arguing this point, for some reason, don't think as white women or women as people, which is wild.
that is wild. No, that's yeah, that's I disagree with that just as vehemently as I might, you know, other topics. I guess I just don't feel like I really, like, I've been listening, not just this morning, but for some time now, and I just, like, I get that it's meant to be provocative, but when we're trying to act like, and maybe I'm not enough of an opposition to make this an interesting conversation, but
it's not about, like, being enough of opposition. I want you to, like, tell me what your actual problem is, because, like, unless you actually disagree with the premise, then it sounds like you don't like the wording, which, again, I'm not debating the wording with anyone.
Oh no. I would, it's definitely not a wording thing. I think it is just the entire thing. Like, are there people who are in power who absolutely must be removed from power? Absolutely. Is it necessarily just the white men? I don't think so.
I'm not saying it's just the white men. I'm saying that. So again, my entire point is, in order to course correct, at the very least, like, this is what we need to do in this moment in time to fix where we're heading. Now,
right.
I've said this over and over and over. I'm not saying that this is, like, the way that we have to be forever. I'm also saying that, like, this isn't, like, the permanent fix. There's other things that we have to do. But I think as far as addressing the immediate issue at hand and looking to resolve the immediate issue, this is how we do so. We remove white men from power. Once we actually divert the country from collapsing, then we can address the other things.
I get that. I've heard you make that point, and I guess I'm just still failing to understand adequately, because it's like I see what you're saying, and I see that it is an effort to address a series, generations of problems. But for me, it's not, they're not meshing, because I'm like, well, again, because we both have said it's not the whiteness that's the problem. It's, I mean, there's the narcissism, there's just the cruelty. And it's like, if you say remove
the fact
men
that
from
white
power,
men have held power, and at times white men have passed legislation that has benefited everyone, but more often than not, throughout the history of our country, white men have passed legislation and laws that have disenfranchised and harmed other marginalized communities. I always bring up the fact that when this country was founded, the Constitution was only written for white men that own land, and everyone else past that has been given their rights. And throughout the history of our country, the rights of everyone else have been added, taken away, attacked, right, like challenged, but the full rights of white men have never been challenged, right? And so the point that I'm getting to is in order to not only divert the country from its current course, but to look to create more equity throughout the entire country, and have the people that have been disenfranchised be placed into a better position where we can move towards equity, then you have to remove the people that have had the complete power and have controlled and dictated how much when, where, and how other marginalized groups get anything. That's the point.
I feel like I'm on the edge of understanding. Like, I really don't know, man. Because, like, for example, when we fought the revolution and we said no taxation without representation, I'm like, hey, what a great idea. Or when they said all men are endowed with inalienable rights from the Creator, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I realized that again, that there's a lot of asterisks in those.
I was just about to say, because even with those things, it didn't apply to everyone. And like, that's the point that I make, right? I mean, there's, even though like there were times where there was taxation without representation, right? There's been a point in our country that everyone who is not a white man, specifically not a white man that owned land, a rich white man, has been given less access to rights and has had less representation. But there's never been a time where white men, who is, again, specifically wealthy white men, but white men in general, who haven't had complete representation, and not only complete representation, but the ability to make these decisions. And that's another reason why I advocate for this, because literally we've tried everything else. There's nothing else to try. We've had this one group that's had power. We've added all the other groups. And so now they have access to power, but not the power. Like, the point is, let's take the power away from this one group that's always had it and try to let everyone else correct the issue.
I hear you. For me, the example of no taxation without representation, that to me, I actually extend that to Puerto Rico and to your homegirl, Ari, because they have no representation, and yet
Ari.
Your friend, your colleague, I don't know. Ari is Puerto Rican, is she not? Or is Ari a they prefer? Does Ari prefer they?
No, it's all good. Don't even worry about it.
All right,
go ahead.
Well, so when I think Puerto Rico is the example I use. Like, they should have the independence, or be brought properly into the fold with proper representation, those type of things. And I'm saying, it's like, so it's a great, excuse me.
Really quick.
Sorry, I was joking on air, bro.
Tips and a $5 donation saying most white people want coddling of their feelings, non-activism against the racism and hatred of their own people created and pushed for so long. They feel guilty and they don't like when other people call it out. They still try to find ways to be victims. And I'm white AF. I know, Tip. That was in chat for Tip for the 5. W's in chat for Kelly for the $10 donation, saying thank you for doing these lives. I've learned so much listening to you. Kelly, thank you so much for that. I'm happy to hear that. That means a lot. W's in chat for Kelly. W's in chat for Sid for the $2 super chat to say, the time the police are out in force. Tone police are out in force today. That's what you meant. It's in a $2 super chat to clear that up. Yeah, it's super interesting where they're coming from. W's in the chat for the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live. Make sure if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers over on YouTube. Make sure you give the VOD a thumbs up over on YouTube. I'm sorry, we're on our way to 200,000 on TikTok. Give the thumbs up over on YouTube. And guys, we have Ari. God dang it, we have Swan here. Swan, make sure that we're showing Swan some love. Make sure we're following Swan. Make sure we're gifting Swan. And make sure we're hitting Swan's pay links. We have the pay links running in the poll in the bio. I'm actually going to throw it over to my homegirl, Swan, and let her say thank you. And then I'm going to, maybe Swan can explain this one better than me. So I'll let Swan keep going after that. Swan, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Your other Puerto Rican homegirl. Thank you to the person that sent me the CA. The first initial of your first name starts with the letter P. I just don't know if you want your name called out, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, what's your name again? I'm sorry, I don't think I caught your name.
Just dude's fine. It's all right.
Okay, dude. So, I think it sounds like you're concerned or maybe confused about the topic, remove white men from power.
We'll say confused.
Okay, what is confusing about it?
I guess the aspect of which that I disagree with again is we kind of established that necessarily the whiteness nor the maleness uniquely is the problem. It's the combination of those things. And I don't think that doesn't track for me individually. For me, again, I would start with I would sooner remove all the Christians from office before, you know what I'm saying? Like,
hey,
but
Swan,
like, narcissism.
You have some feedback, Swan.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, go ahead, dude. You can finish what you're saying.
Yeah, I was trying to make sure I wasn't contributing to the feedback. But yeah, like, let's say I feel like there are better categories to focus in on that just make more sense. To me, it just doesn't make sense to focus on this piece of it. And again, I know I'm not being terribly articulate here. I'm trying to explain the part that doesn't make sense to me, but it's hard to explain something that doesn't make sense to me, you know?
Well, yeah, I think if you're trying to fill in the topic or change the topic, then it's not going to make sense to you at all. I think that like being someone who's an atheist, I can understand where you're coming from in terms of getting rid of religion, but I think that whiteness and patriarchy, those are the two things that we should be focusing on. So do you understand, I guess, why whiteness would be a factor?
I don't think I do, actually, but if you could explain, I would like to listen.
Yeah, it's because of racism, right? White people being at the top of a hierarchy that they've built, created, and maintained over time. There's systems that all work together to afford white people privilege through the exploitation of non-white people. So essentially what happens is in society, we tend to see that white men have privilege. They have privilege and they're afforded that privilege at the expense of others, right? So that's what we're talking about. Then it could be a white man that has no religion, is Christian, is Muslim, is Jewish, right? Those parts, I think religion doesn't necessarily play a role here, right? Because all white men are white men. And some of them may be Christian, some of them may not be, right? You may have a Christian white man who is someone who is honorable, someone who truly does possess, leadership qualities. And you may have a white man who is not a Christian, right? Who is terrible at, leading. So I think that's why it's important to focus on white men specifically.
I don't personally feel like that answers the question, though. Like, I mean, these are like I'm trying to think of how to form the part that where you lost me.
Just say the thing. It seems like you're trying to tiptoe around what you want to say, and at this point, I think everyone would just be better served if you just like say what you really feel instead of trying to figure out what's the best way to say it. I mean, the straight talk makes for straight understanding.
Oh no, I agree. I actually have some disabilities on that front, so articulating words sometimes is
right.
difficult.
And it happens when we overthink and we try to find the best way to make sure we're saying things to ensure that people feelings aren't hurt, or we don't come off as being this, that, or the third. You're not going to hurt anyone's feelings, and I understand where you're trying to come from, but it would be way more helpful if you just be as plain as possible and say what you feel or what you think, and then we can try to go from there versus you like trying to carefully pick your words.
Yeah.
Well, I'm coming from a place of what is going to, like, we can talk about principles and we can talk about what's going to actually be effective.
Mm-hmm.
And when we talk about these things, I guess I just want to know what's next. Like, okay, so we say cut ties with Israel. That's pretty cut and dry. Reduce the military budget. Pretty cut and dry. I guess I just don't see, like, as you're giving these explanations of why white men specifically should be removed from power, there's a lot of, well, like, but what about, and I don't, without I realize it's a whataboutism, but there are people who are qualified, who are not the problem, who contribute to the good side, not the bad side.
Have you been in here and heard my nut analogy?
About taking poison? Yes, I have, and I'd like to challenge that in a certain way. Of
Sure.
Like, is the only thing that you can eat nuts?
Yep.
But that's not how it is, though.
Okay.
Well, okay. Rather, let's say you are in a situation where you know shipwreck.
You know that the nuts represent white men.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the whole, this is all white men, and there's 5 poisonous white men in here,
right?
And the rest of them are good. Are you going to take a risk trying to figure out which ones are good and which one is poisonous? Or are you just going to say, I know that there's some poisonous ones in here, so I'm just going to say no to the whole thing?
In a system where that's an option, yeah, I would say.
Right. And
yeah.
so that's the premise that I'm coming to, because the point that I keep getting back to is, like, I'm not saying that there aren't qualified white men to lead. I'm not saying that there aren't white men that are on the right side of history. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that due to the point that we are in our society and the existential crisis that we're facing, for me, it's literally about ensuring that our country doesn't collapse. Like, we can figure everything else out after we ensure the country doesn't collapse. But in this moment in time, the only thing that I care about is making sure the country doesn't collapse.
Oh man, I don't know if we're going to be able to avoid that, at all at this point, my dude.
That's the best possible option. If you have some other solution that would stop it, I'm willing to hear it, but that's the best possible option.
See, well, and okay, so I do have a better option, I think.
Okay.
I mean, again, narcissism, sociopathy, the desire to be friends with that one guy, initials JE, anything like that. That because I know 100% of narcissists will not be good.
So this is the problem that I have when it comes to you're putting the blame just on the shoulders of Donald Trump. One, Donald Trump, yes, he is the president of the United States of America, but we're not here where we are today solely because of Donald Trump. And we're not here where we are today solely because of the Republican Party. That's why I'm looking at the totality of our country. Like the decisions that have been made by our country spans back over 250 years. And so I think that looking in a silo and saying that it's only about the present day and time and the individuals and all, like it would be hypocritical to believe that like these people have made brought us to where we are, because we're an amalgamation of our decisions throughout the history of our country, right? And that's the point that I'm getting to.
No, and I hear that, but what I'm saying, and I'm not specifically exclusively referring to Donald Trump, although he absolutely fits the criteria. No, when I say narcissism, I mean literally like I would argue that Nixon would fit into that category. I would argue that plenty of people who have been elected to office have that quality of malignant narcissism, and that is more the issue than necessarily being a man or a white man.
So you want to give every person in our country a psych evaluation?
Well, that would probably become a little too authoritarian for anybody to accept. But do I think that there should be certain qualifications for office? Yes. And would narcissism disqualify you from office? Extremely yes.
Can I ask a question?
You got it, Swan.
Of course.
Yeah. So I think it's a cop-out to try and label racism and patriarchy as narcissism. Those are two completely different things. Those are two completely different things, right? When we talk about racism and we talk about upholding whiteness, that is very much so intentional. One example would be the ways in which Donald Trump and his administration have made decisions, right? By removing DEIA policies or programs, right? That would benefit people who are marginalized. The removal of those things has caused over 300,000 Black women to lose their jobs, right? That means the Black community has taken a financial loss that is in the billions. That's a problem. You know what I mean? Well, we could even bring it to our, doctors here in the United States. We're being impacted negatively in dealing with racism within our healthcare system, right? Because Black women and their infants are 3 times more likely to unalive during the process of giving birth to their children. I could give you many other statistics, right? But the reason why the neglect exists is because of the preservation of whiteness, right? We will not have any level of equity if white men remain in power, right? Because they have shown, as I told the last guest, that they will always have an allegiance ever since the creation of racism. They will always have an allegiance to whiteness. And that allegiance to whiteness means that other people will be marginalized and they will be pushed to the margins of society, and their material conditions will be negatively impacted. Does that make sense?
Also, really quick, sorry, Blue MAGA, I muted you in the comments. Get up here and tell me about it. Request up, you coward. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Swan.
No, you're fine. Give us on.
Yeah, so I benefit from DEIA policies as a disabled veteran. So, I at least hear, I don't think those things should be cut, because not only do I personally benefit, but just principally, we should be helping people. You know what I mean? So I don't understand why those things would be cut, other than just evil on behalf of those people. And people should be very clear. Veterans are recipients and beneficiaries of DEIA policies. If you don't know that, you need to know that. But that obviously I believe you two already do. That's just a point I wanted to make about that.
What's interesting? Sorry, before you move on, the interesting part is that white people will sacrifice each other to preserve whiteness. Mm-hmm. Like y'all aren't even safe from each other.
Mm-hmm. That's why I tell people, like, when they try to bring up Renee Good and what happened in Minnesota, I said, like, that's what happens when white people stand between upholding whiteness and white supremacy will actually strip away white privilege, right? I mean, like that's literally what happens. So it's whiteness as a whole, but if you're talking about addressing what we're dealing with right now in this very moment, I'm hyper fixated on like the pinpoint precise issue that we can address in this moment to change where we're heading. I mean, again, there's a bigger conversation that needs to be had. And like I tell people all the time, we need to abolish white supremacy. But like at this very moment, I'm hyper fixated on the point as far as like white men and the power that they've been able to control over the history of our country.
Yeah, I agree that historically that is an issue.
Do you think it's an issue right now?
I think that the most problematic people in the country right now are probably white men, with the exception of those few non-white men who are in the administration. But
Let me ask you
generally
a question.
speaking, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, because I think you were going to say that there are white men that would not fall into that category. But I view.
But go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're fine. So I because I think you were going to say that there are white men that don't fall within that category, correct?
No.
Just say yes
I was
or
gonna
no.
say that. No, I was not going to say that.
Okay, what were you going to say in response?
Sorry, I turned my lost the thread of this specific one. Can you re-ask your question so I can respond to it again?
Yeah. So because you acknowledge that white men are a problem right now, right? And then you were going to say, but there are some. So I thought you were going to say that there are some who are not a part of the problem.
Well, no. I would rephrase it. It's not. I would put that back. I know this may seem silly and semantic, but I wouldn't say white men are the problem. I would say the problem right now, or the biggest problem right now, is certain white men.
Yeah,
certain white men. So you are making a distinction, right?
Well, I'm speaking about the problem.
But I'm saying you're making a distinction between problematic white men and white men that are not problematic, correct? Just a yes or no.
See, from my perspective, no.
Okay, so then why use the word some?
Well, because it's not when I'm speaking to the problem, and so the problem isn't just people like Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth. It's also people like Kash Patel and Pam Bondi or whoever replaces.
Well, we're not talking about them. We're not talking about them. That's it. That's the indoctrination within you to want to pivot to talking about a marginalized community. We're not talking about them. We're talking about white men. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Sorry. Go ahead, Swan.
No, I was just gonna say we're talking about white men. Period.
And also the reason why I keep saying that, like, you can talk about the issue in our country at this very moment, but you like leaving out the entire buildup, the history, everything else that has propped up the people that are currently in power and led us to this moment would be being willfully obtuse, right? That's why I have no interest in focusing on just the issue at this moment as far as the current people and saying, well, let's just cut out some of it. No, like I'm looking at the entire portion, because then like who's to say, like at that point, then you get into the issue of morality. And morals are subjective, and I have no interest in litigating someone's moral and saying these people are good, these people are bad. Like I have no interest in that.
And I don't blame you, and I can see that you're getting frustrated.
I'm not getting frustrated. I'm just at the point I'm trying to let Swan finish this conversation, but I feel like it's not necessarily moving at all. And it's not that it's not moving because you disagree with the point. Again, like I kind of said at the beginning, it feels like you disagree with the premise as far as what's being said, and you think that you have a more precise way to like pick at the premise. But what I'm looking for is an argument as far as like removing white men from power, and then why the issue is with removing white men from power. And your reply to the issue with removing white men from power is that you think that it's some good ones, but then again, I come back to, okay, how do we determine who the good ones are? Because that's morality, and morals are subjective. And unless you're saying that everyone has to receive an intricate psych evaluation or something like that, like, I think that I've said I'm willing to take a different route, but I need an actual route laid out in front of me in order to take it.
I mean, so from my side, I can't do anything about what happened historically. Would that I could, but I can't. What I do want to do is stop the bleeding now. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. What I want to do is, I don't know. Things suck. Things sucked then. Things suck now. But I can't do things about then. I can do things about
the
now.
game controller.
Sorry?
Yeah. Thank you. Swan has an analogy for you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So if you know that a child is being harmed and you don't say anything, are you complicit?
Absolutely.
Same thing applies here. Whether you want it to be the case or not, you benefit from all systems that were set up to uphold whiteness and uphold patriarchy, right? Whether you want it to or not. So you've got to understand that you being a person who benefits from that benefit to you, right, equates to or means harm towards others, right? When we talk about privilege and when we talk about equity and when we talk about our material conditions, right? White men have 100 cookies each, right? Those that are not white men have 5 each, right? And what we're talking about is white men giving out some of those cookies, right, to other people because they've got more, right? How is that harming them?
I wouldn't say it is. I would say the only occasion you should look into your neighbor's bowl is to make sure they have enough.
Right. And we obviously see that there's a major disparity, right? Because white men have 100 and those that are not white men have only, 5 each? Something along those lines. Does that make sense?
I'm tracking, yes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, like, I think it's great that you're saying that you want to be a part of the solution, but you have to acknowledge your part in this, right? Just like every white man would be a part of the problem, like whether you want it to be or not, right? So saying, well, because this is what you essentially told us, right? You said, well, I don't feel like we're all like that. What that means to us is, well, you're just going to have to deal with a few of us being problematic. That's literally what you're telling us. You are telling us, right, that we should be okay and we should endure, right, those white men that are harmful, as opposed to thinking to yourself, I'm a part of this. I got to find a solution.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, listen, dude, I mean, I appreciate you coming up, but I kind of feel like this is becoming circular at this point. I mean, I understand your contention with it, but I think until we have like more either specific contention or a more concise route as far as addressing it, I think we should just call it an end at this point and then move on. But you're welcome to come back if you have more of a refined way of communicating and moving forward.
Can I leave you with one quick thing, wildly off topic?
Sure.
So just an interesting, to me, idea that I was kicking around. Elon Musk, goofy ass, was talking about free speech absolutism, and I always thought that was silly, but I wanted to think about what would be a good absolutism. And so I was thinking bodily autonomy absolutism would be a great goal to push for.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that as long as it's in the parameters of not hurting other individuals. And then like it becomes a little circular with people who are like, oh, women, and that's not their body, that's a whole nother individual and all this other shit. So we'd have to like hammer that out. But like, I'm good with that because I don't care what people do with their bodies or what people do, period, as long as they're not hurting other people. So
when I say absolutism, I'm talking about pollution. I'm talking about what is put in the food that goes into my body, all of those things. Absolutism.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, if you're absolutely, if there's a possibility of you harming other people with what you're doing, then I can't get behind that.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, if you put something in the food and make it unhealthy, like you're doing the wrong thing. Or if you're belching smoke into the air, you're doing the wrong thing, you know, from a coal plant or from your truck. But I just wanted to drop that one quick thing, see if it was of any interest in y'all. But hey, thanks for the good conversation. I really appreciate
you coming
y'all
up.
being chill.
And like I said, you're welcome back.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I might come back.
All right, thank you. W's in the chat for Shayla for the $1 donation. I get this caller's point, but I want to chime in. Sorry, I'm in school and wish I could send more. Shayla, thank you so much for the $1 donation. Oh, it's Sugar Kitty. Sugar Kitty. Yeah, listen, like, I mean, I'm not saying that his points are invalid, and that's why I said, you know, I hear it. I just think that unless we can get a better you know, conclusion or point or other options, I don't know where we go from there. But W's in chat. W's in chat for Trey for the $5 super chat to say, exactly, Trump is a product of this country's system, which breeds white men like him. Yep. And W's in chat for Sid for the $5 donation saying, your privilege is getting in the way of understanding, dude. Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, for a lot of people who come up and they push back on this topic, it's about the uncomfortable feeling because it seems super personal when it's not. And like, I understand why they feel that way. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Thank you for the controller. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're in the box right now and you are not a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, make sure you go ahead and drop out. I'm going to bring somebody up in just a moment. So if you are in the request and you're not a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, go ahead and drop out. Swan, you had some thank yous.
Yes, thank you, Nikki, and thank you, 6 Foot. I appreciate both of you for the cash apps. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right. Again, guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Let's see here. I don't know if this person's going to load. W's in the chat for Deb Lowe's, who sent a $5 donation saying, being excluded from using the N-word teaches white people how it feels to be told no. Exclusion from power might be similarly valuable vis-a-vis white privilege. I agree. Like, I understand that. W's in chat for Ray for the $5 donation said, tell Swan to go to bed. Yes, Swan. Swan has been up for 500,000 hours. W's in chat for Kim for the $5 donation saying, I'm sorry, $10 donation saying, I enjoy watching your intellectual debates. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate it. W's in chat for Kim. Hi, Bobby. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Hi, Bobby. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay. Sounds like Bobby fell asleep. They've been falling asleep in the queue. Hi, Caitlin. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hi, yes.
Okay.
So,
what do you disagree with
okay.
on the background? Where you like to start?
So, sure. I'll first start with, I do agree with a lot of it. I do agree with like removing our presence with AIPAC. I'm definitely anti-Israel. And so I do agree with that. What I primarily disagree with on the prompt is removing like all white men from power. I think that is the definition of racism. When you start to discriminate against someone based on the color of your skin, that is racism. So I think that would just be going backwards. I was muted in the comments, I think, for saying some factual things regarding the nut analogy and how it could be applied to pretty much all races. For example, this is not meant to get anyone wound up. This is just me presenting another example. African Americans commit about 85% of the crime.
That's
Are all
not
black
true.
people criminal? Are all okay? 80
That's
plus
not true.
percent are all
That's
black
not
people
true.
criminals.
It's literally
But are
not
all
true.
black people criminals?
It's literally not true. You came up here and you thought that you were gonna like lean into the FIFA. Like, there's so much wrong with you, what you said. I just want to go ahead and shoot down the actual information that you're trying to actually disinformation you're trying to spread. There's nowhere that shows that quote unquote black people commit 85% of all crimes. That's not even close to being true. The racist trope that you're looking to lean into is 1350, 13% of the population, 50% of the crimes. And even that has so many holes in it that I can shoot down. But like you saying 85% is fucking mind blowing. Also,
Okay,
you don't know what race is, and it's not racist. Like, I'm
Okay,
tired,
so
boss.
let's just say they disproportionately commit
Hold on,
crime. Are they all criminals?
No, because they don't disproportionately commit crime.
They do.
Tell me where you're getting that from.
Look at any prison. Look at any crime
No,
report.
I don't want you to say no. There's actual data. Tell me where you're getting the data from.
I'll Google it if I have to.
Yes, sure. Google it.
Okay.
And when you Google it, please don't read an AI overview. Give me the actual source. And what you're gonna get to is table 43 from the FBI crime data, which is from 2019. And then I'm just gonna fucking smoke that one. I'm just telling you, you don't have a leg to stand on. And while you're Googling shit, you might want to go ahead and Google the exoneration rate for black people too, because that's gonna fucking rock your world. I'm sorry, Swan.
Okay, so right here in the United States, crime statistics show that black individuals are overrepresented in arrest and incarceration data.
Where are you getting this from?
To their population with the highest per capita arrest rates.
Where are you getting this from?
From the Bureau of Justice Status.
Okay, what's the title that you're looking at?
Sure, it's a .gov. It's the Bureau of Justice Statistics.gov.
Spell Bureau for me, please.
You don't know how to spell Bureau?
That's why I just said spell Bureau for me, please and thank you.
Okay, off to a hot start. Bureau.
Wait, hold on. So ensuring that I'm looking for the right thing and saying spell it for me is quote unquote off to a hot start when you're sitting up here spreading.
How do you not know how to spell that? That's a simple English word.
Wait, you're sitting up here spreading disinformation and coming from a stupid point where you don't even. No,
I'm sorry.
No, shut up. Shut up, you mediocre white woman. You're coming up here spreading misinformation about black people and the quote unquote over disrepresentation. Like, you're stupid, and I'm sitting here and allow you to put your stupidity on display. And I'm saying spell the word to make sure I'm looking for the right thing. And I'm quote unquote, you're off to a hot start because you don't even know what the fuck race is. What are we talking about? Anyway, give it to me again.
Okay, so again,
what?
It's BUREAU of justicestatistics.gov. And
okay, what's the title?
Race and ethnicity of violent crimes and offenders and arrestees. Now let me go into, let me go into 2026. Or 2025.
All right. The first one that comes up is from 2018. I see that's the only one that I'm seeing for the race and ethnicity of violent crime offenders and arrestees. Do you have an updated document?
So, well, comprehensive final national.
No. I don't want you to read it. Do you have an updated document?
So between the years of 2019 to 2024, it consistently shows black individuals representing 25 to 27%.
Wait, but again, the PDF that you cited is from 2018.
Do you not think? So do you not think that they
no.
I
don't want you to flip shit. You gave me the source. We're going to look at your source. The source is from 2018. I'm pulling it up. I'm saying, do you have an updated source? Something that is not something that's 8 years old. Come off request. I'm saying I have the one from 2018. Do you have one that has updated information? If not, just say no.
So I have one for 2023. This is as far as it goes. Offense profiles by race, ethnicity for the U.S.
Okay, the one for 2023
is the latest days.
Does it have the same title or is it a different title?
This is a different. This title is offense profile by race / ethnicity for United States 2023.
Okay, hold on. Read it again. Read it again for me.
Offense profile by race / ethnicity for United States 2023.
Oh,
and if you look at
goodness.
you can
Hold
filter
on.
by year.
Wait. Okay, so this is from, this was done in March 2025. All right, perfect. I'm gonna put this on the screen. Give me a second, and then we'll look
I don't know
at it
if it's the right article.
It's not an article. It's like you. Fuck it. I don't even care. I'll just say maybe you should actually verify your sources before you give it to me. But sure, whatever. Like we're here now, so we're gonna look at it anyway. Give me a second. I'm gonna put it on the screen.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and zoom down.
Yeah, I said, give me a second. Okay. All right. Tell me what we're looking at.
Okay, so when you look at the total offense column, there's 29,000. And then for whites, it was 8,600, black 13,400, Hispanic 5,600, American Indian, so on. So with black people making up only 13% of the population, why are they disproportionately committing more, almost half of the 29,000 total offenses in the year of 2023? They made up 13,000, so a little less than half.
Okay. So this is the easy access to census of juvenile and residential placements, right? What does that mean?
So this is just pulling the census of crime committed. It might be by juveniles. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not by every year, but I still
no. I don't want any pictures painted. I want the actual information. Now, like I said, this is actually stop. This is juveniles and residential placements, right? And you're looking at the actual juveniles and residential placements. Now, there's a couple of things that are listed down here, right? They talk about the actual crimes that are included. They talk about the crimes that are included here. Note, U.S. total includes 1,300 youths in private facilities for whom state of offense was not reported, and one youth who committed their own offense in the U.S. territory but was being held in the U.S. mainland facility. So what does that mean?
So this is looking at the proportion of violent crimes committed across juvenile use in detention centers, because when you look at how to pull, crime data.
Wait. So hold on. No.
You have to pull it from somewhere, right? You can't just.
Yes,
you have to pull it from somewhere, right?
Yes, you can. Stop. You don't have to pull it from actual, like this is from a private facility of people that are already, of children, of juveniles that are already incarcerated. So why would you use this as a representation of Black people in America? That seems a little disingenuous.
It's just an example.
It's not. It's not. I don't care about your example. You said that Black people make up 85 to 80% of all crime.
Wrong. It's about 30.
Okay, then find the information that says, you said it's about 30. Cool. Show me the information that proves that.
Okay, so Black individuals representing.
I don't want you to just start reading. I don't want you to start reading misinformation, disinformation, or trying to be slimy and misrepresent stuff. I want you to tell me what your source is. Sure, I want you to tell me what that's fine. I don't want you to start reading until we have the source up where we can all see the source together. So once you have whatever source you want us to look at and we can pull it up and look at it together, then we can start reading. But until you have that, I don't want you to just start randomly reading stuff.
So for violent crime data, it shows that Black individuals are actually
Again, where are you getting the information from?
51%.
Hey, stop it. Where are you getting the information from so we can put it on the screen and then we can read it? Send in your request. Tell me where to find your information that you're looking at.
It's from Pew Research Center.
Okay, what's the title?
Sure. What the data says about crime in the U.S. Pew Research Center. This was published in 2024. I believe. Or no, and sorry, also the FBI.gov also came out with something, 2024 reported crimes in the nation.
Okay, so which one do you want to look at? Are we looking at Pew or are we looking at FBI? Which one are we looking at?
We can start with the FBI because it's a .gov resource.
What's the title?
FBI releases 2024 reported crimes in the nation statistics.
Okay, 1 second here. Okay. I'm gonna get this up on the screen. Okay, we're up there. Get back here. Do this, and then boom, boom, boom. All right. Perfect.
And then, so to get into the actual, like to go deeper, there also is arrest by race and ethnicity in 2019, which I know you were talking about earlier. That was.
But what are you looking at here? Like where you told me to go. What exactly are you looking at here?
Well, from there, I was just digging around and looking at more.
You told me to come here as the source. Like you said, this was the source. So I pulled this up. So why am I looking at this then if this doesn't prove your point?
Well, because from there, I dug in deeper to find other articles. Like this was just my starting point. Okay, then give me the other. Sure, I don't want your starting point. I want the actual source that you're using. Give me the source so we can look at the source, not your starting point. We can dissect the 2019 crime in the United States. I know you said you've heard about this, but we can dissect that together.
No, I don't want to dissect the 2019 crime data when it's 2026 because there's updated data.
Because the patterns
because there's updated data. No, because
changed.
Yes, they have.
Then you show me a source where it shows that they haven't.
The 2025 data.
Then you show me a source where it shows it's changed.
The 2025
show me a source
data.
Where it says it's changed. Because when you look online, it says,
hey, do you not hear what I'm saying?
It says it's the same.
Hey, the fucking 2025, the 2025 data. There's a crime data repository listed on the FBI site that shows the categories of crimes that are committed by race and by sex. So yes, there's an active repository that put the information that you're getting, the table 43A, it's all connected to the same thing. That's why, like, it drives me fucking insane when you guys start talking about table 43 and it has nothing to do with anything. And even more than that, at the bottom of it, it says this is only arrest. And I told you, go look up exoneration rates because exoneration rates are way more important than just arrest.
Okay.
Also, I have no clue what this has to do with removing white men from power.
No, the reason I know we went down a rabbit hole.
Hold on. That's what I was just about to say. Go ahead with your question, but we're going right back to the point, which is removing white men from power. I didn't mean to go down a rabbit
hole. I meant to just say that the analogy of the nuts could be applied to many races. It's not just white people.
It can't.
Yeah. Okay. So we agree there.
Because I said it cannot.
Oh,
no,
you
it
said
can't.
It can't.
No, because tell me another race that has held the amount of power in the history of our country outside of white men.
The analogy, correct me if I'm wrong, was if there's some like evil or bad nuts in a basket of nuts, are you going to eat them or are you going to throw them away? And I was saying if there's some evil.
Can you tell me one other? This isn't about evil. This is about understanding the history of our society and why this analogy is applied. This isn't applied just because I'm saying, oh, there's a few bad people and we need to take out the bad people. Like, that's not the point. That's literally not the point. I'm not saying that it's only based off of being white. And I'm talking about the history of our country and the white men who have had power.
Right. Yes. And I understand that, but I don't think that banning one race specifically is going to solve
It's
that.
not banning one race.
Well, you said remove all white men from power.
Are you white?
Yeah.
Okay. Did I say ban you? Are you a white man?
No, it said ban white men.
So I'm not banning one race, right? I'm banning white men. That's not the entire race.
The race of men.
Men is not a race.
No, I know. It's a sex, but I'm saying to ban.
So I'm not banning one race, because if I was banning one race, I would say ban white people, right?
Okay, so banning all white men as a whole is, I still think, racist because you're discriminating against them on the color of their skin.
Sure. Again, if I sit here and tell you that it's based off of the 250-year history of our country and also based off of who has held power, how is that discriminating based off of, quote unquote, the color of their skin?
Okay, so can you present your argument of why you want to ban white men from power? And
maybe that is a better way to start instead of just saying, oh, it's racist. Maybe you should actually try to have an understanding of the point instead of just leaning into what you think.
By definition, racism is discriminating based on the color of someone's skin. So
no, that's
by
not.
definition, it is that is if you look it up.
It's literally not. And even more so, that's not what race is. Like, I'm sorry, but you guys, fuck it. I don't even care.
Go ahead and do your argument, please.
Hey, W's in the chat for Lavender for the $1 donation saying, I'm so tired of white women and I'm white. Yep. W's in the chat for Priscilla for the $1 donation saying, tell Kate she's a moron. Yep. W's in the chat for that. W's in the chat for 6'8" Tony, who sent a $5 donation saying, you offended this white dude, white boss, while I'm at the lake house. I got him. W's in the chat for Activisa for the $5 super chat to say, Santana, your mom must be so proud of you. I would be proud to have a nephew like you. Best Auntie Patricia. Thank you so much. Debbie's in the chat for Connor for the $1.99 super chat to say black communities are over policed, and then followed up with another $1.99 super chat to say black communities are over police caller. Listen, it's like they don't fucking get it. They don't fucking get it. They don't. And also W's in the chat for Lavender for the $1 donation saying you can't be racist against white people. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, she doesn't get it.
And that's misinformation.
It's not
bullshit.
misinformation.
That was created to hit a modern narrative.
Oh,
you can be racist against white people.
You can't.
If you think you can't, you're brain dead.
You can't. Like, I'm about to dog walk the fuck out of you on this point. It's going to be so fun. W's in the chat for Lavender for the $1 donation. Guys, again, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. And guys, I'm just going to go ahead and do this because we haven't done it in a while and I can already feel it in my bones. It's necessary. I can feel it in my bones. It's necessary. So we're going to run the clock and we're going to put a bounty out and we'll let the chat decide. 150 bounty. If you like to actually get them up out the paint, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you want to add to the Kick Fund, sorry, YouTube, it has to go through Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio.
You know what? I will leave right now.
Okay, if you want to run, then run. I don't care.
Money. I'm not going to support.
I don't care. Then run. Then run. Swan, she act like we cared that she's gonna run.
After she came up here and demonized black children.
She didn't have a point, and she knew she was fucking cooked. And so she was like, oh, I'm not going to let you make money off of me. All you had to do is make intelligent points. Like if you actually had any type of substance, then there's no way to quote unquote make money off of you. But you know that you had nothing. And so it was easier for you to run than get cooked. Fuck out of here.
You know what's sad?
What's that, Swan?
What's sad is that when we talk about these, when we have these discussions, like people don't realize how separated from seeing the humanity in other people they are. Like they don't realize, you know, how far they've gone. But when you are at that point, right, because these systems rob privileged people of seeing the humanity in others, it robs you of seeing the humanity in yourself. And her understanding that if white men were removed from power, that would give her more autonomy over her own life and experiences. But she's too thick-headed to understand. But yeah.
Yeah, no. And also, I'm going to say this because someone was in the comment. There's like, oh, Santana, I think Dean would disagree with you. He wouldn't. He wouldn't. Like, literally, he would not. Trust me. Anyway, W's in the chat for Deidre for the $5 donation said, tired of these white women going against their own self-interest. It's fucking crazy. W's in the chat for Dorothy for the $20 donation saying, only bad thing about black folks are that we're too forgiving. W's in the chat for Barbara for the $50 donation. Holy fuck. W's in chat for Barbara for the $50 saying, I'm sending this just so she can see that you still made money off of her. No kick fund needed. The important thing is that she's gone. W's in the chat for Barbara. And W's in the chat for Bree for the $2 donation saying, I was going to explain to her about over-policing the societal status affecting legal representation, etc. But she can't even pronounce bureau. Exactly. She said bureau, and I was like, bureau. It makes me sad that these people can vote. That was in chat for Amber for the $5 donation saying, hey, Caitlin, DM me. I'll give you directions to your public library and set up an appointment for you to learn how to find, vet, read, analyze, and interpret data properly. FFS, exactly. W's in the chat for Connor for the $1.99 donation saying, how are you going to tell black men who racism is? W's in the chat for Trey for the $5 super chat to say, why can't these people understand it's not because they're white? It just so happens to be that they're white men who have held power and they're removed based off of history. That's like the fucking point. I don't understand why they can't get that. That's literally it. That's fucking literally it, Trey. W's in the chat for Trey, guys. Again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 2,000 people hanging out. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when I go live. We got Swan up here. Please, please, please make sure we're showing Swan some love. Now, Swan's pay links are in the poll in the bio. Make sure you're hitting Swan's pay links. Swan, did you have any thank yous that you needed to shout out?
Yo, what's up, Santana?
No more so far. Wait, did you hit 100K followers?
Yeah, we did.
Wow, congratulations.
Hey,
that's awesome.
thank you, Swan.
Congrats.
Yeah, you did.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I agree with everything on the background except that white people can't be racist. I heard you say that to one of the guests. I like to just lurk in here, but I heard you say that and I wanted to understand why you say that.
I never said white people can't be racist, and also
I mean, not white people. Sorry, black people can't be racist towards white people.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's not the topic on the background, but sure, I guess. What is race?
Well, race is a made-up construct normally used to define certain. I use it. Well, what do you mean by what is race? It's kind of different. It's differently described. Like, I would say it's used to categorize phenotypical patterns in humans, right? That's what I would use it as.
For what purpose? Yeah, for what purpose?
Well, I don't think there's a purpose behind the definition. It might have been used in the past to weaponize those categorized people.
I'm saying, what was the purpose of the creation?
I would assume in the past it was to differentiate certain groups specifically to be bigoted towards them.
It was for the othering of non-white people to create a free and cheap labor class.
Okay. All right.
Who created
and,
race?
Europeans.
Specifically who?
White Europeans.
No, specifically the person.
Oh, I didn't know it was a person, but I just know it's from
Gomez
North
Inez
European.
de Zurara.
Okay.
And what did he create it to do?
Well, I'll take your word for it, to separate lower class individuals from higher class individuals based off phenotypical traits.
No, to create a free and cheap labor class to justify chattel slavery. How does racism actually still exist in society today?
Well, I know when I use it, a lot of people will say, well, that's not racism, that's bigotry. When I say you're being openly hurtful to someone based on the color of their
I'm saying
skin,
like,
that's bigotry.
I would really like to know, because it's a system, because it's, racism, it's a system. How does that actually exist today?
Well, in terms of the government,
in terms of any aspect of racism, there's educational racism, there's financial racism. Like there's multiple institutes where that system affects the different aspects of society.
Well, I couldn't give you anything off the top of my head now, right?
Okay. Hey, question for you. Got a question for you.
Got it.
Do you have an iPhone?
Yeah, I do have an iPhone.
Do you use the Face ID to unlock your phone?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. If I stole your phone, if I got it and I wanted to use your phone, would your phone work for me? Would I be able to unlock it with my face?
No.
Why not?
Because your face has different data points.
Got it. So if the actual lock wasn't set up to work for me, then I can't use the actual phone that's behind the lock. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So if race and racism was constructed to be utilized in the benefit of white people, can anyone who is not white access the benefits of race and racism?
Okay, so you're using that as an analogy. Okay, got it. That's a good question. I think people can perpetuate the same actions as white people to be racist, and people call that covert racism. Is that correct?
I just really want to answer that question. If the actual if race and racism was created to be used by white people for the benefit of white people, can anyone who is not white access said benefits of race and racism?
I would say yes and no.
How is it yes?
Okay, so I want to use an analogy for that, and I want to.
Well, no, I would like for you. Wait, hold on. No. I would like for you to tell me yes, why yes directly, and then you can give me any analogy you want. I just wanted to understand why you said yes very plainly.
Well, I would say yes, that even though the racism was originally constructed to only benefit white people, I would say that there are still Black people in power alongside those white people that inflict or propagate the same types of injustices that we see in our government, right? Okay. And they stand toe to toe with MAGA and other people who inflict harm.
Okay,
right.
Cool.
So they're still taking advantage of that.
Okay. All right. I'll let you give your analogy, and I'll let Swan actually talk to you. Go ahead. You got it. Give your analogy.
So my analogy is, okay, so fascism was originally created in fascist Italy, right? And if we're using the analogy, since the Italians, right, used fascism, right, and they created it, can anyone else be a part of that system? I only ask if, like, Chinese people adapted Buddha Mussolini's whatever rhetoric, can they also be fascist, even though they didn't create the system of fascism? Can they still propagate the same actions as the fascist Italians? That's where I'm getting at. Because it sounds like only the people who created that system can only be in it, or only responsible for it because they were the creators.
Right. Did they create the system to benefit anyone that's a fascist?
Yes.
Can there be different races that are fascists?
Yeah.
Okay, so anyone that perpetuates fascism can fall and benefit from quote unquote fascism. So again, that's why I said with the creation of race, it was created for the upholding of whiteness. And if you're not white, then you can't benefit from race and racism. So your actual example is not analogous. Swan, floor is yours.
Yeah, so I think like the problem here is not taking the time to do your research on what racism is, right? And understanding like could you tell me what whiteness is?
What whiteness is?
Yeah.
I don't know. That sounds kind of like a umbrella statement. I don't know. Being white, that's all I can give you without looking into whatever definition someone put forward.
Yeah, so whiteness would be a social class, right? It's utilizing institutional, social, and economic power to maintain superiority and advantage over non-white people.
Okay.
That's the whole purpose of racism, right? To afford white people privilege through the dehumanization and exploitation of non-white people.
Okay, and in 2026, how do we see this further propagated compared to like past injustices of racism? Has racism gotten better or worse?
No, it stayed the same. So white people have consistently shown, right, that they will always pledge, well, not pledge, but they will always have an allegiance to whiteness, right? Because even though, right, we know that it was created back in the 1450s, did it end after that first generation created it, and the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that? Did any white people work to end racism?
I would say no, just because I haven't looked into it. I'll take your word and say no. Say no.
Yeah, it still exists. I mean, what we've actually seen is anytime there's ever been like progression when it comes to racial equity, we've seen a very violent response from white society, right? And they will find a way to repair, right, the hierarchy and rebuild it back up even stronger to continue to benefit from the dehumanization and exploitation of non-white people globally.
Okay. And to clarify, so when it comes to things like chattel slavery, the civil rights era, you say it's been the same when we abolish or we get rid of those types of things, right? Are you saying that the racism just manifests into some other form, or what?
Slavery actually never ended.
Well, I would agree with you that. Would you agree that even though racism, while it was created to benefit the white man, it was a system that people were still being, I guess, phenotypically discriminatory towards other groups of people based on how they looked before people were categorized into race classes?
The only way that a Asian person would look down and place stereotypes onto a black person is because of the indoctrination that's rooted in upholding white supremacy. So it's all always going to lead back to the preservation of whiteness.
Okay,
but my question, because you brought up 2026, you brought up chattel slavery, right? You do realize that slavery never ended, right?
Yeah, I would agree that there's still institutions in the South, right, that still use like the prison systems to do field labor.
Yeah, and
but that's just not white people. That's just not black people. I didn't mean to cut you off, but that is white people also in there. It would be a majority white people for sure.
So wait a minute. So you're okay with not just black people being subjected to this, but you're okay with white people being subjected to this too, right?
Well, I'm not okay with anybody being subjected to forced labor.
So, okay, you do realize that there's a disproportionate amount of black people that have been incarcerated?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I would say it's due to. I wouldn't say it's due to racial. I would say it's due to socioeconomic factors that put them in a position like that, which could be caused by the U.S. government, right? U.S. government ruined a lot of these communities to put them in these socioeconomic disparities.
That would be racism.
Well, here's also another thing I want to get the topic of. So I recently left the USA 3 years ago, and I live in Nicaragua, which is the second poorest country in the Western Hemisphere.
Mm-hmm.
And there's literally no crime rate here, despite there being, how do you say it, a large gap between the have and have-nots. And these are relatively poor people, but their culture doesn't propagate any type of violence. There's no violent rhetoric. And I'm not going to say that I will say that certain groups in the United States do propagate some violence, like whether it be Latinos, Black people through cultural media like rap, gang violence. I know you've heard all this from the right and stuff, but that kind of stuff doesn't exist over here that influences their youth to go down the path of criminalhood, even despite there being poor.
Hey, do you hear Swan keep trying to stop you for a second? So, like, just stop, just half a second.
Yeah, so violence and territorial dispossession towards indigenous and Afro-descendant communities in the Caribbean regions face persistent violence, including unalivings, land invasions, and non-indigenous settlers, often with state impunity. Reports dictate that in 2023 and 2024, indigenous rangers were unalived and leaders were forced into hiding or detained, with the government failing to intervene effectively. That took place in Nicaragua.
Where? Well, I'm here in Nicaragua. When was this? Was this 2019?
This is 2023, 2024.
And what happened in Nicaragua?
Yeah, so there's indigenous and Afro-descendant communities in the Caribbean regions that face persistent violence, including unalivings and land invasions by non-indigenous settlers, which would be you, often with state impunity. And reports indicate that in 2023 and 2024, indigenous rangers were unalived, leaders were forced into hiding or detained, with the government failing to intervene effectively.
Okay, that would be in the Mosquito Bluefields region. I lived there for over half a year during that time period. That did not happen. There's a lot of misinformation on Nicaragua.
Wait. So you're telling me that the OAS, who put out information about Nicaragua, and the Nicaragua UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial and Equality?
Yes, I did that. Yes, I'm telling you that was disinformation. That did not happen whatsoever. There was no land invasions.
So can you pull up? Wait a minute. You said there were what?
There were no land invasions.
So can you pull up something that says that I'm wrong?
You would have to be an actual source, like a source that's not them, because that didn't happen. I was here. I will tell you that there's a lot of disinformation about Nicaragua from the U.S. and from other war organizations.
Wait, hold on. Wait for a second. So, wait, so Swan's source is the actual information listed by the OAS, and your source is your eyes.
Well, I mean, I was there, and no one was literally reporting about it. People go into a fucking frenzy here.
Okay, but so, right, but that's why Swan said, can you pull up a source that actually, what is this?
Well,
stop for a second. Stop. Sorry, something just popped up and it took my attention away. What I was saying is your source is Swan's source is an actual documentation of it. Your source is you and your eyes, and so like the point that she was getting across is, can you give us any type of source to validate what you're saying? Because like that's the issue, is that you're saying that, oh, it would have been going into frenzy or blah, blah, blah. Like, I hear you, but we would love to actually be able to verify that. So, anything.
La gente dice en Bluefield, ahí la gente se mataron. Indígenas mataron los negros en Bluefield en 2024, ¿es verdad? ¿O no? Ya, yo no recuerdo nada porque estamos ahí, ¿verdad? No, no. I think it's very weird. Like, I'll try and find something, but I think it's very weird she brought that up, and I lived there. I literally lived there, and that would be like that sounds like a full invasion of people dying left and right, right?
Well,
you have to remember. So, I mean, these people would have to literally be. There's a lot of misinformation about Nicaragua from multiple sources because they don't like the Daniel Ortega regime. There's a lot of misinformation.
Wait a minute. Hold on. This April marks the 7th anniversary of the protests that unleashed violent repression by the regime presided by Daniel Ortega and Rosario Murillo, which left 355. You're saying that this didn't happen?
It did not happen.
That is a lie because there are multiple sources saying that it did happen. It said that there were 355 lethal victims, more than 2,000 people were injured, more than 2,000 people detained, and more than 440,000 people living in exile, according to the IACHR and its special follow-up mechanism for Nicaragua. Not only have the victims not received the justice they deserve, but they have been persecuted by a state that continued to retaliate against them. Race and Equality expresses its solidarity with all victims of repression and our commitment to continuing accompanying them just until justice is served. 7 years after the beginning of the April protests, according to the mechanism of recognition and political prisoners, 52 people continue to be arbitrarily detained for political reasons, 11 of them in a situation of forced disappearance, including 5 women. More than 450 people have been stripped of their nationality. Independent journalism cannot practice in the country. Boom. That's the problem right there.
Yeah, what you're talking about sounds like the 2019 protests. Yeah, but I don't know why that's 2023.
Can you let me finish speaking, please? Thank you. So they cannot practice the country in the defense of human rights and in the
we're just gonna put him on mute. Go ahead, Swan. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Defense of human rights and freedom of association has been impacted by the closure of more than 5,400 civil society organizations and the confiscation of their assets, meaning these people lost everything. They've been detained and they still have not gotten justice for the things that were perpetuated onto them. I'm trying to understand that. We also when I look further into this, it says that race inequality has also accompanied civil society organizations, both local and those that continue to address the crisis from exile, so that their documentation work can serve as input for reports to the treaty bodies that reviewed Nicaragua's compliance with its international obligations in 2022 and 2023. It also says that there has been race inequality has also carried out repeated advocacy actions before the European Parliament with the aim of having the regime condemned and persuaded to force it to comply with its international human rights obligations. Let me ask you a question. Are you white?
Yeah, I am.
You know what it's giving, Santana?
What's that?
It's giving those that left Cuba or rose up and said they didn't want to be oppressed anymore. That's what it's giving.
Wait, you're right in what you said, but that happened in 2019. Now that you went into more specifications, that happened in 2019, though. That didn't happen in 2023.
But people are still dealing with the impact of that. They have not received any justice.
Yeah, but the only reason that happened wasn't due to the racial inequalities. The reason why the 2019 protest sparked off was because that they raised the age in which seniors get compensation, like their retirement funds. And it pissed off a lot of young people because they ended up beating one of the elder women to death in the street. And so a bunch of people started to report on the information all the way out there too in Bluefields. And what ended up happening was those indigenous.
I got it.
Slow down for a second. Jesus. Okay. So you're telling me that the IACHR is incorrect? Is that what you're telling me?
It's halfway truthful. I'll tell you that.
Okay. It's full way truthful. It is full way truthful because there are other organizations that have reported on this as well. So that was the raceinequality.org website. We could look at the World Report for Nicaragua, what is it?
Yeah, but you do realize they were not targeted for zero reason, right? You do realize what happened.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. Do you live here? I'm really telling you what happened.
Hey, also, stop fucking interrupting. And I've told you, I don't give a fuck about your anecdotal experience. Like, if you can't prove it, then why should we trust you in your individual experience? Like, fucking stop. Fucking stop.
No. This is all on the internet.
No,
this is on the internet too.
Shut up. Then give us a source. Or run. I don't give a fuck. Like, I really don't care which one.
He was full on lying. Full on lying.
I literally had the source up right here and I was getting ready to share it, but ran into some other shit. Anyway, Swan, do you want to finish what you were saying?
Yeah, no, that's really it. I mean, the Human Rights Watch put information out. BBC did. RaceInequality.org has a couple articles on what took place and what happened. It's interesting because I did find an article that talks about activists from Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela denounced transnational repression and exile before the IACHR. And this was, let me see, in 2025. So the problem is that there was injustice and these people still have not received any justice. Like they haven't, these issues have not been dealt with.
Yeah.
I can't believe that he said it didn't happen and then he said half of it happened. That's wild.
Yeah, I completely agree. Swan, did you have any thank yous that you wanted to cover?
I do, I think. Sorry, my phone's taking forever to put up. Yes, thank you, Verlila and Indigo Sera and Marissa. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Each one of them sent $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all.
Absolutely. Sorry, guys. Got a couple of thank yous that I want to run through. I was looking for something as well. Debbie's in the chat for Boss Lady Fun for the $1 donation saying she's a white woman. She can be disingenuous. Debbie's in the chat for Cindy for the Galaxy for Taurus Swan. Debbie's in the chat for Allison for the $2 donation saying remove all men from power. Women should run the world. I completely agree. Debbie's in the chat for Amara, who sent a $5 donation saying, hey, it's me again. Announcing Amariana, sorry. Got it. Amariana. Got it. Amariana. W's in the chat for Amariana. Thank you so much for that. W's in the chat for Marissa for the $10 donation saying, I don't know how people come up on the panel of debate, but don't have any facts, just feelings. These guests need to get out of their feelings and get to reality, lock in and get clocked. Keep up the good work. Have a blessed day. Thank you so much, Marissa. W's in the chat for Amber for the $5 donation saying, Nicaragua does have a lower homicide rate than surrounding nations, but they have higher SA rates than the US. And so saying they have no crime is disingenuous at best. Interesting that he wouldn't completely ignore the crime that impacts mostly impacts women. Exactly. W's in the chat for that. W's in the chat for Trey for the $5 donation saying, why can't these people understand that it's not about oh wait, I already read that one. W's in the chat for Trey, who sent a $5 super chat, say racism isn't just about black people saying a slur or not liking white people because they're white. It's a system and the way of normalcy in our society that disenfranchises people. And then Papa Willie sent a $5 super chat, say, if you ask my cat, 85% of the stats are true because if in a few minutes, if I'm a few minutes late to feeding her, she treats it like it's an unspeakable sin. I know that's right, Papa Willie. And Debbie's in the chat for Caroline for the $5 donation saying, the Italian take threw me off. Let me tell you, can you ask Swan about her current projects? I'd love to contribute to them and was wondering how best to do so. Swan?
Okay, so the main thing that we're working on right now is I work with a gentleman by the name of MZ Elvis Katoto. He was born in the Congo but left because of the G-side happening there. Moved to the UK, became a successful filmmaker, ended up working for British Broadcasting Company, but went back to the Congo to go help his people. Right now, there are over 10 million people that have been displaced because of the exploitation that's happening there. So his team a year ago rescued 32 children from a displacement camp. These children don't have their parents. Their parents have either unalived or they've disappeared. When they rescued them, they were able to house them, and we assisted with paying for the rent for the full year. There's another house that they opened up shortly after that in memory of a young girl named Alliance who was assaulted and unalived. And this house is specifically for young girls who have become pregnant, who have been assaulted and become pregnant. So right now what we're doing is working to assist with paying for the second half of the rent that they're going to need for the year. So we already did the first 6 months for both houses. We're working on the next 6 months for both houses. We also assist people with medical debt. Unfortunately, in the Congo, their government and some agencies that said they would assist with paying for medical debts have fallen through. So we've been assisting with that because it's quite literally saving lives. There was an infant that was born a couple months ago who needed a back passage surgery because it didn't develop properly in utero. They would have unalived if they didn't get it, so we paid for that. And I would say about a month ago, we also paid $2,000 for an infant that needed a brain tumor removed from their, they were born with a really, really large brain tumor that needed to be removed as well. So yeah, so that's what we're doing right now. We are just working on assisting with the Ubuntu houses and assisting with paying medical debts. And then if you go to my link tree in my bio, there's quite a few initiatives in there. There's one for gender-based violence in South Africa. There's one for HIV medication and feminine products for East African refugees. There's also an organization, I know most of y'all know who Covey is. It's the DarfurIDP.org website. If you don't know what's happening in Darfur, this is the worst humanitarian crisis on record. The link is in my bio. They've been vetted. You can definitely make contributions there as well. And then we have a GoFundMe for Ayob Coffee. He's he's from Eritrea, but unfortunately was separated in Libya from his mom and his sister, and he was enslaved at the age of 13, released at 17. We're trying to get him out of Libya because there is not a lot of humanitarian effort and aid going out to people there. So all of those initiatives are in my link tree in my bio.
Absolutely. All right, Swan. I appreciate you coming up. I think so what, guys, I apologize that it looks like I've been distracted for like the last 10-15 minutes. We got a violation and I accidentally clicked off of it, and I was trying to find where to appeal it, but I couldn't find the actual place to appeal it since I clicked off. And just to be safe, I know it's already limited the push, which is going to stop like people from coming in and actually engaging in debates. But just to ensure that nothing happens to the account, I'm going to go ahead and call it, and we're going to end the live. Plus, I have a fucking headache because these people have been insane today. So I'm sorry, I can't find where to submit the appeal for the violation. And then also, you know, it's been crazy. So last but not least, guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. We only need like 6 more people that haven't hit the follow button yet. Hit that follow button. It's only 6 people to make it to 200 new followers for the stream. So please, please, please hit that follow button. And we're going to go ahead and call it a day. Swan, thank you so much for coming up. Thank you for hanging out with me and battling these insane people.
Of course. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. And I also appreciate the gifts and all of the Cash App donations as well, y'all. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. W's in the chat for Swan, guys. Make sure, before we drop her, guys, make sure you hit that follow button. Swan is amazing. Swan hosts her own lives. She advocates for so many amazing projects. And like I'm telling you, she does this on a daily basis. So please, please, please give Swan a follow and make sure that you are locked in when Swan goes live. W's in the chat again for Swan. All right, guys, I'm going to call it here. Like I said, because I want to make sure that we're protecting the actual page, and I can't find the appeal. So we're just going to call it. And I will say that we'll be back tomorrow. I don't know if you will see me at all anymore for the rest of the day, but I will be around and I'll be back tomorrow. W's in the chat for Papa Willie, who just became a member over on YouTube, a late night tuber. W's in the chat for Chanty for the $1 donation. And I've been reading a nonfiction book about Black people, how they've been farmed for crimes that white people commit and their exoneration. I always thought it was in the 1920s, but it's from the 1980s. And it makes me sick as a white woman. Yep, that's a whole thing. It's a whole fucking thing. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. We're going to hit this outro, and we will be back tomorrow. Make sure, guys, before you leave, you hit that follow button. If you're over on YouTube, give the VOD a thumbs up. It'll push it out, but also hit that subscribe. And we're going to get out of here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's go.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, all right, guys, it's been a fucking crazy day. Like, absolutely insane. Not gonna lie, I have a massive headache. These people have sucked, and we've been live for almost 5 hours. It's fucking crazy. Guys, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you all tomorrow. Go find someone to spread some love to Santana Rage. Just go everywhere and Santana Rage. Show them some love. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you all. I love you all. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being amazing. Thank you all for being you. I love you all. And as always, peace.